Welcome to my channel. In my channel, you can watch various type of fiction and fantasy audiobook. If you want more video like this, please subscribe my channel.
How to Train Your Dragon. The Dragons Submit to Me. Part 1. If you kill a dragon here, you will be rewarded. A monstrous nightmare will make you a hero in the village. A deadly natter will have women throwing themselves at you. What about a gronkle? 10-11, Winter. Ellen Folkbed gripped a logging axe, the skin on his face pulled taut. He was more robust than his peers. Although today isn't the dragon hunting exam, I've got your back, brother. Another boy beside him summoned his courage and said, "The last person who did this has already gone to meet Searcher. Let's hope we can live a little longer today." Opposite him was a fat dragon spitting magma, baring its fangs, and letting out a roar. Its blue skin was covered in bumps, and its mace-like tail swung from side to side. Vikings are fearless, we will survive, Gron. Ellen had been in a standoff with this Gronkle for quite some time. The fat dragon was enveloped in a rising mass of white mist. Between them stood a large tree, draped with an iron net containing a yellow-skinned Gronkle. The air was intermittently filled with an aroma even richer than yak dung. Today we shall dedicate ourselves to Searcher. I wonder if he'll accept heroes like us who fight against evil dragons. Gron held a logging axe in each hand. Now, evil dragon, let us fight to the death. Ellen stepped forward, and the dragon took a step forward as well. The Gronkle opened its cavernous maw, and a blast of scorching dragon breath struck the net containing its companion, followed by a second blast that rushed toward Ellen. The scalding magma made Gron instinctively dive for cover. Fine, I admit it, I don't want to go meet Searcher that early. Get up. Ellen pushed Gron, who was pressing down on him, aside. When he looked back at the Gronkle, the situation had changed. It had gone from 2-on-1 to 2-on-2. Ah! Ellen let out a roar and charged forward with his axe. The blue skin roared at its companion, signaling it not to interfere, and then provocatively stared down the boy before him. Then, with a bull-like charge, it knocked Ellen to the ground. Gron wielded his dual axes and attacked the Gronkle. The other Gronkle simply swept its tail, and the bumpy mace tail slammed him directly into the tree. The blue skin slowly approached Ellen. Is my life ending just like this? Ellen stared at it, unwilling to give up. He had only survived a deadly natter yesterday. It seemed his luck had run out today. He was always so unlucky. Caw. Go away, go away, go away. A raven flapped its wings and circled in the air. The blue skin swatted the logging axe away with its claws and spat a glob of phlegm at the boy. The scorching magma burned into the snow, looking as if someone had melted the snow with urine. At least, that was what Ellen thought. The blue skin just flew away like that, it didn't kill him. This was undoubtedly a provocation to Ellen, reminding him of a certain Viking youth he had sparred with. The other Gronkle was straightforward. Once it realized Gron posed no threat, it flapped its wings and flew away. The raven landed on Ellen's shoulder and squawked, "Good luck. I knew I should have fed you less, then you wouldn't be so chatty." Hearing this, the raven squawked again, its voice particularly grating, as if protesting Ellen's dissatisfaction. "Searcher bless us, we survived. I can't believe it didn't kill us, it must have been scared off by our fierce aura." Gron carelessly threw his arm around Ellen's neck. "I don't think so. The next time I meet it, that blue skin, I'll make it taste the bitterness of defeat." Ellen's face was full of defiance. "Blue skin. That's impressive, you even gave it a name. Should we call it Big Blue Skin, or Little Blue Skin? Oh no, it should be Evil Blue Skin, or, let me think, Super Fat Blue Skin, or Blue Skin is a good name too." Gron rambled on. "Just Blue Skin." Ellen was firm about the name. He had been used to Gron's endless chatter for many years. "You two didn't go to the south of Loki Forest again, did you? That's a forbidden area. As the heir to the chief, I'm punishing you with 100 push-ups, right now, do them." A youth stood in the middle of a group of boys, looking up and down at Gron and Ellen. "You're not Instructor Olaf, Searcher." Ellen dismissed the former's command with disdain. "And I'm not in your squad, either." I passed the dragon hunting exam. Gron was even less likely to yield. Searcher watched with cold eyes, and the boys who followed him took up wooden swords and approached. Then, who can tell me what will happen if the old man at the tannery finds out his apprentice isn't skinning sheep, but is out doing things he shouldn't be? The instructor's words made Gron's expression awkward. He explained reluctantly, "Ha ha ha, I think he'll feel honored to have an apprentice who has slain a dragon." Olaf crossed his arms. "Tell me, how many have you killed, besides a terrible terror?" "More and more. But I don't have time to talk to you about this, I'm very busy. You can come find me at the tannery later, maybe I can even give you a discount." Having said that, Gron scampered off, leaving Ellen alone to deal with the situation. Olaf glanced at Ellen and then shouted at the boys, "Enough. You brats, get your shields up immediately. The evil dragons won't give you time to prepare." The instructor was tall and burly, his thick black beard completely covering his mouth, but his voice was more deafening than a dragon's roar, and he had only one eye, which was particularly eerie. So, no one dared to disobey him. Even Searcher could only look up at him. "Today we will continue practicing combat. Searcher, Ellen, you two go first and give us a demonstration." Olaf cleared the space. "No weapons." Ellen saw the slaves take away all the weapons he was carrying. "Only shields. Unless you're already too stupid to know how to use a shield." Searcher mocked. His followers burst into laughter. The raven also chimed in, "Fool." Ellen silently lifted his shield and threw down a challenge. "I will make you lose your only remaining weapon, and it won't take long." He often sparred with Searcher in the training ground. There were wins and losses, but he won more often. As a prince, Searcher needed to win the respect of others, and even more so, he needed glory, which required an undefeated record. And his father had once achieved that. "Are you two ready? Son of Lomond, and the son of Gleb the shepherd, Folkbed?" Olaf said to them both with deep meaning. The two answered in unison, "Bring it on." The air fell into a momentary silence as the two circled each other, eyes locked tightly on one another. With shields pressed against their chests, the cold wind blew across their rough cheeks. Amidst their breathing, the two shields collided, emitting a dull thud. Searcher. "Oh I. Oh I. Oh I." The training ground immediately became lively, and more boys and passing youths began to raise their fists and cheer for Searcher. Ellen gripped his shield tightly, took a step back, shifted his stance, dodged to the side, and then delivered a side kick. Searcher stumbled, but reacted quickly. He used his shield like a hammer, jumped up, and smashed it fiercely toward the other's head. Ellen wrinkled his nose, raised his shield in front of him, and stepped back a few paces to withstand the blow. Then, muscles tensed, he stepped forward and punched Searcher in the jaw. Searcher was dazed, seeing stars. Taking advantage of his moment to catch his breath, Ellen used the edge of his shield to break a gap in his opponent's shield. Searcher simply threw away his shield and retaliated with his fists. Ellen nimbly dodged again, pivoted, and knocked him to the ground with another punch. "The two of you can get lost now. It's a pity this isn't the Roman Colosseum, otherwise, becoming gladiators would have been a decent idea," the instructor said, turning to them. "His shield broke first, I'm still standing, I won." Ellen insisted on emphasizing this point. Every time Olaf announced the end of a battle, Ellen would proactively declare his results, even if it was already obvious. "Do you want me to award you a trophy? How about a gold one?" Olaf looked at him meaningfully, then continued to speak to the boys watching. "If your shield breaks, you'd better be able to face the enemy unarmed, or carry a dagger on you." Searcher spat on the ground. "Next time, we'll see, Ellen Folkbed." "Wait, I'm not done yet." Olaf stopped Searcher, who was about to leave. "The second training for today is a melee. A good Viking warrior must learn to keep a clear head during a siege. I mean, you need a way to break through, not leave behind fear for the enemy to laugh at." "Which group am I being assigned to?" Ellen asked him. "No, just you alone, against the whole group. I've experienced that situation plenty of times." Hearing this, the boys started gloating, and even Searcher, with his lips painted daily with dragon blood, revealed a sly smile. Kid, you have the potential of a berserker's, so you must learn how to break through alone, fight alone, and gain honor from chaos alone. Olaf's words made Ellen feel as if a snowball had been thrown in his face. Bring me my meteor hammer. Swords only, everyone is the same, one blunt sword and one shield. Olaf threw the items to him. Ellen caught them firmly, his brows knitted together, his sapphire pupils reflecting nothing but heads. When the instructor said start, everyone swarmed him. Ellen raised his sword, gritted his teeth, and subconsciously shouted, Valhalla. Everyone surrounded him, shields pressing against each other, every strike of the blunt swords landing on his body. Ellen only felt pain all over. Until he used his sword to pry open a gap, headbutted someone, and managed to clear some space. He kicked one of them down with force. The others swarmed in again. Olaf raised an eyebrow, seeing the boy in front of him still standing his ground, his shield smashed to pieces, and the sword blade showing several jagged cracks. Leaning on the blunt sword, his eyes were stubborn. I will be fearless. Yes, I can see it, the pride of a Viking. The instructor's tone was flat. Searcher did not join this battle. In a Viking duel, doing so was unfair, so he just watched from the sidelines. Looks like the game is over. Ellen didn't say anything, sat down on the ground, and put back on his horned helmet that had fallen off. He needed to rest properly. He watched as Searcher and his followers left silently. Don't forget today is an important day for you. If you still consider yourself a member of the Hellfire tribe, go to Mimir's smithy. Olaf reminded Ellen, this was the rite of passage every youth had to go through. Sizzle. The aroma of cooked meat filled the smithy. The raven standing on the roof outside squawked again. Meat. Why don't you bring that stinking bird inside? I could make you some roast chicken. The old blacksmith put the red-hot branding iron into the hearth, his brown beard streaked with white. During the process, Ellen didn't open his mouth to cry out once. The mark was an erupting volcano. When the time came, he would still have to go before Lomond and, with everyone as witnesses, formally declare himself a qualified Viking warrior. But that would have to wait until spring. Now he just wanted this thing to heal faster, so he could go find that blue-skinned Gronkel for revenge. The blacksmith applied herbs to his right arm. Tell me, what did you go through today? You don't look like a Viking at all, no different from a vagrant's child. During a lull, Mimir probed about Ellen's experience. Gron and I went dragon hunting. You went to the southern end of the Loki forest. Mimir knew it without even thinking. Yes. That's a forbidden area. Are you that impatient to die? Fools can't enter Valhalla. Mimir cursed here. That group of patrolling soldiers are all blind. That dragon escaped right in front of me. Why didn't you kill it? It flew away, and we don't have wings to chase it in the sky. Mimir asked again. In a few days, given your age, you will soon undergo the dragon hunter exam. How prepared are you? I am the strongest among the Vikings. It seems you are ready to handle it. After all, among your peers, you have never been defeated. Mimir knew Ellen well, and he continued half-heartedly, but you must know that arrogant people don't end up well. Winter is here, I advise you to be prepared to kill the last dragon. Why? Ellen looked at him in confusion. They've all gone to lay eggs. Next year, Lomond will buy more Gronkel from Vigo for you half-grown boys to use as whetstones. Don't count on other dragons. Recently, fewer and fewer dragons have come to the island. This isn't bad news, shepherds and fishermen don't have to worry about their harvests. It's just that those tanners who want dragon skin and dragon bones have to go out and lead people to hunt dragons, and now no one will take that risk. If you really manage to kill a dragon alone, come to me, I'll give you half price. Just give me the dragon's tail. Hearing this, Ellen agreed. I will remember what you said. 3 large ships docked at the port of Volcano Island, and people rushed over upon hearing the news of the merchants. Chief Lomond had been waiting for a long time. Searcher stood by his side. The merchant came ashore from the deck, two streams of hot air rushing out of his hooked nose. He opened his arms and greeted the two warmly. Oh, great Odin, Volcano Island, my favorite place. Thor, do you have any good stuff? I haven't seen any weapons made of Gronkel iron for a long time. Lomond's voice was so loud that all the Vikings who came to trade could hear him. You'll have to ask Vigo about that, my dear chief. All right. I hope you don't mind. We don't hunt dragons often. We don't have that many dragon ornaments to trade with you, but the sheepskin and wool on the island will definitely catch your eye. Lomond went on board to select goods. My dear chief, don't be polite. Every first item you take is a gift from me. I only ask that you kindly welcome me to land and bless me with a smooth journey. Lomond picked up a long-handled axe with exquisite patterns and left, nodding with satisfaction. What is this? An egg. Searcher opened the box and kicked the strange thing. Oh no, this is a dragon egg, an egg laid by an evil dragon. Ho 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 ho, I want to sell it to the dragon hunter. It is said that many people are particularly fond of this egg. Thor explained to the prince with exaggeration. Many people. Many dragon hunters. Thor rubbed his hands together and added. Searcher curiously picked it up to examine it. The egg was oval-shaped and brownish-gray. Which island's dragon nest did you snatch this thing from? Ah, that is a long story. It's a long story. I snatched it from an Icelander. Oh no, I traded for it. You know. I want to buy it. Hearing this, Thor's words came to an abrupt halt, and he switched to a different pitch. Haha, you are truly lucky. If it had been any later, it might have belonged to someone else. You know, for this egg, every time I sailed, I could hear the sound of dragon wings flapping in the sky, and also a roar. Of course, I'm not saying I'm afraid of dragons. As a Viking, I have enough courage. Searcher snapped his fingers. He signaled the slave to open the chest, which contained several gemstones. Is this enough to pay for this dragon egg? Thor took the shiniest gemstone and kissed it. Thank you for your appreciation, Prince. Dragon eggs were actually not worth much here. And since a connoisseur recognizes a fine steed, why not take the opportunity? A dragon egg. You should get hit in the head with a rock so you wouldn't pick such useless things. Lomond looked at the item in the slave's hand with cold eyes. I promise, father, once it hatches, I will be able to tame it. Having a controlled dragon in the army will definitely double the results with half the effort. Searcher spoke extremely fast, a sense of panic on his face. Searcher, never be certain about an unknown thing. This is not what a leader's heir should do. Searcher opened his mouth to speak but stopped, finally lowering his head. Yes, father. Besides participating in Viking warrior training, Ellen also had to help the adults with work, especially at this time. Preparing for Yule and the sacrifice to the gods. Picking out the old sheep to send to the butcher for slaughter. If the weather was good, he would let the flock graze by the forest. You look more manly, little brother. Little brother, you need to rest today. I can see you are very tired. You were injured in battle. Was it during training, or while fighting a dragon? The speaker was a blond man wearing a winged helmet. He was always like this, believing in God, disliking war, and only knowing how to go exploring at sea, fishing, and herding sheep. How could such a person be respected by people in the tribe? Ellen remained silent. Despite this, he still loved this elder brother, a man so gentle he didn't want to kill dragons. Glow Folkbed. Rest is never meant for warriors. I will use my last bit of strength for the family. Saying this, Ellen drove the flock. You are always so brave, but I don't want to see you burned to death by dragon breath again. I'm not an idiot, brother. Why don't you try to tame a dragon like you would a horse? Our leader is keen on this too. The brutal Lomond. Taming a dragon like a horse. That's impossible, Glow. Ellen scoffed. There's a boy on Berk who killed a giant island dragon. It's said he even rides dragons and has achieved peaceful coexistence with them. Glow stroked the sheep's wool, paused, and continued. That boy is Hiccup. Hiccup. Some people also say he is the Lord's son, born small and thin, and sacrificed a leg to kill the Dragon King. I've actually heard other versions from the Great Hall, that the boy is super strong, and with just one look, all dragons prostrate themselves on the ground, including his father. The boy used only one finger to make the Dragon King's head fall to the ground. Someone is blowing hot air. Ellen teased. Hey, that's what I thought too. Glow let go of the sheep and turned serious again. Brother, I also heard about you and Searcher recently. You two must reconcile. He is the future leader. I don't think the leader would want my head for such a small matter. Ellen didn't care at all. Searcher doesn't think so. You'd better have your own men. That's the only way to be safe. Hearing this, Ellen fell into deep thought. Just then, a sudden boom startled the sheep, causing their legs to stiffen. What on earth is happening? Ellen frowned. Both of them felt the earth shaking, as if the entire island were about to collapse. Yeah, I want to know too. Maybe God is angry and can't bear to see mortals killing each other. Glow casually found a reason that seemed acceptable to him. Ellen looked at him. Do you really think something like that would happen? What? What else could it be besides that? Glow looked wronged. To this, Ellen had nothing to say. He just helped the sheep up and walked towards the square. You continue herding the sheep, I'll go see what's going on. The earthquake disappeared quickly, lasting only a few minutes before people recovered from their panic. They began whispering and gossiping, and all sorts of shameful rumors appeared. Quiet, everyone, quiet. I will sacrifice livestock to Searcher to appease this anger. Now, all of you go back to work. Volcano Island will never sink. Lomond once again displayed the volume of his voice. He tried his best to soothe those who were still fearful. Ellen shrugged when he saw this. To him, this crisis was as ridiculous as Searcher wanting to chop him off when he inherited the throne. A raven on his shoulder called out, Dragon. Dragon. Do you really think so? Ellen raised an eyebrow. It seemed that besides the existence of dragons, it could only be a small joke from the gods. This matter became a topic of conversation in the Great Hall of Volcano Island, with various guesses about the earthquake. Such days were slowly passing by. Waking up, Ellen found himself in a strange place. A stone throne was built on layers of steps, and a man sat on the throne. One of his eyes was bleeding, the other glowing with golden light, and he held a spear in his hand. On his left and right sides were a black and a white raven. All-Father, Odin. Ellen stared blankly, his pupils suddenly shrinking to the size of pinpricks. His All-Father left the throne, and between his legs was not the eight-legged Sleipnir, but a creature with giant wings. When he wanted to see the All-Father's face clearly again, he heard a mind-shattering roar. No, Odin. Ellen sat up in a sudden start. He panted, looked again, and saw it was his own home. The raven was still skillfully preening its feathers. Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Happy birthday, you brat. His mother's rough arms placed a light silver arm ring on his head. Your brother went to fix the house, you'd better go thank him. I will. Ellen gradually calmed down. Today is the day of the dragon hunting exam. When going out, his mother's large hand pinched Ellen's face. Remember, fight for the family's honor, my son. Don't lose heart, Odin is waiting for you in Valhalla. After seeing his brother, Ellen strode swaggeringly toward the dragon slaughter field. He would go there with 8 other boys over 15 to kill the same dragon. They were not the first batch. Most people would survive this battle, while some unlucky ones would perish in dragon breath. The mechanical iron gate of the field clanked, large enough to accommodate 3 horses. Ellen and the boys walked into the dragon slaughter field. He looked up and could see the blood-red-haired Lomond. To look more ferocious and to further worship the fire giant Searcher, the tribal leader had dyed his hair red with dragon blood. He nodded slightly to the leader, waiting for the evil dragon to appear. In the spectator stands, Gron raised his arms and shouted, Cheer up, brother. Odin is watching over you. Be invincible in the mortal realm and kill that evil dragon. Instructor Olaf approached the chieftain. He is Glev's son. Among the children, he is the most capable and has great potential to become a berserker. I believe he will perform well in this match. Why does he not believe in Searcher? He will come to believe, my lord. Facing the instructor's reply, Lomond simply turned to ask the person beside him, Searcher, where has he gone? Loki Forest, my lord. Searcher has gone to hunt dragons, there will certainly be a harvest this year. He had better look like a Viking. Lomond's gaze was indifferent as he looked down at the Gronkel below. Grab your best weapons. Remember, I won't be reminding you idiots how thick the dragon hide of this fat dragon is. The instructor bellowed. Its teeth are extremely sharp, it chews people like drinking water, and it can fire its breath 6 times. You'd best not stand behind its rear, as its tail hammer can send a yak flying. It was Ellen speaking. Although he wanted to prove his strength, he did not wish to watch those with him be killed by the dragon just like that. Someone is certainly familiar with dragons, a boy teased beside him. Ellen often went to Loki Forest, and the creature he encountered most was the Gronkel. Gradually, he learned this important knowledge, which was quite valuable for a dragon hunter. Ellen swung his meteor hammer, his expression cold and stern. He wore a light cloak, and in his hands, he held an oak shield wrapped in several layers of dragon hide from his family, along with his meteor hammer. If it were me, I would choose a sword or an axe, Olaf said to the chieftain. Lomond replied, the brave are the first to possess honor. If he likes the meteor hammer, I will gift him one forged from Gronkel iron. Not everyone can take the dragon hunter examination. The ones who came here were the 9 best Viking youths from the training grounds. They had all seen their fair share of the world, dragons attacking the village, helping the adults, passing weapons, and assisting in capturing dragons. Some had even started practicing killing small dragons when they were children. Now, they had to work together to take down this Gronkel. If one person claimed the credit, that person would be considered the best, or, as the instructor put it, formally become an experienced dragon hunter warrior. They were not the first batch. In the Hellfire tribe, having a few children die because of dragons was all too common. This Gronkel had 7 or 8 scars on its body, it had been here for a long time. Magma flowed out from the gaps between its 2 sharpest and largest fangs. Roar. Its roar sounded like a death knell ringing in people's hearts. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. Someone was shaking, their calves were trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't just them, but this person was trembling the most among them. Not all Vikings are warriors. Even with considerable strength in training, one would still feel fear in front of a dragon. A strong boy mocked his counterpart, hey, you should tuck your head in. I'm serious. That way, the evil dragon might just have mercy and let you go. In truth, he was also a bit terrified. The moment they locked eyes with the Gronkel, everyone dispersed according to their usual training formations. You need to work together. Don't go and get yourselves killed, you fools. The instructor reminded them. Ellen swung his meteor hammer with great force, raising his arm to block his front with the dragon hide, trying his best not to let the dragon breath burn him. Boom. The Gronkel flew high up. It was fed up with this group of things and fired a magma cannonball directly down from above. Ellen hurriedly kicked the frightened boy away and blocked it with his dragon hide shield. The splattering magma landed on the ground and slowly solidified into black rock. The Folkbed family is fearless. He shouted to bolster his courage. Another blast of dragon breath came head-on. This was the second shot. Ellen and his companions hurriedly raised their shields to form a shield wall, blocking the gaps tightly to prevent being hurt by the dragon breath. Scatter. Ellen hurriedly told them again. Everyone quickly dodged. Someone threw their weapon directly into the sky, attempting to knock the dragon down. The Gronkel, circling in the air, was completely enraged by this and dove down, slamming its nose horn fiercely into the youth. The youth was knocked against the wall and passed out. The instructor covered his face and joked, what a pity. This child is incomparably brave, but he lacks brains. Valhalla. Someone else shouted, raising his sword and charging toward the Gronkel. The fat dragon, with its round body and short wings, circled back into the air, and the next blast of dragon breath followed immediately. From time to time, someone would get injured by splattering magma. Ellen counted silently, forcing the Gronkle to exhaust all its dragon breath. The third shot, the fourth shot, the fifth shot, the sixth shot. The dragon had lost its temper. It could hear someone wailing because of its flames, their face twisted in indescribable pain. Ellen stared at it intently. Those who could still move raised their weapons and threw them, hoping only that the Gronkle would come down. It came down. However, just as someone wished for the dragon to go back up, having run out of dragon breath, the Gronkle brought out its second most effective weapon. With that gaping maw, its sharp teeth applied slight pressure, and the shield wrapped in fire-resistant dragon hide was bitten into pieces. It turned again, and its tail hammer sent someone flying, leaving them battered and bleeding. Ellen swung his meteor hammer, seizing the moment, and whipped his arm with all his might. One of its eyes was smashed. The Gronkle let out a wail. It was even more furious. It roared at Ellen, grabbed him with its claws, flew into the sky, and then threw him down. Ellen felt as if he had fallen apart. His whole body ached. When it flew until it was tired, everyone attacked with their weapons simultaneously. Its thick hide resisted most of the attacks. The Gronkle roared, blood flowing from its eyes, and charged at them. Ellen used all his strength to force his body to rise. He let out a shout, then took difficult steps, his fingers gripping the hard bumps on its body to climb up, and pulled out his dagger to stab fiercely into its wing. Now, it would never be able to fly again. The watching Vikings saw this and shouted, "Ellen, lad! Oh I, oh I, oh I! Ellen, Ellen, Ellen!" His companions on the field wanted to intervene, but the Gronkle suddenly spun in place. Everyone dared not approach again. Only Ellen remained, lying on the Gronkle. He felt a bit dizzy and wanted to vomit. But his hands did not stop. After destroying the wing, he kept stabbing at its neck with his dagger. The skin and flesh were torn open bit by bit. Ellen panted heavily, watching the Gronkle beneath him move slower and slower, nearing its last breath. He was tired, exhausted to the point of collapse. After the enemy stopped attacking, he paused, jumped off its body, and rested for a few seconds. His companions, knowing better, left the killing of the dragon to him alone. He picked up his meteor hammer, aiming directly at the Gronkle's head. Its remaining eye looked at him. Ellen's expression faltered. What had he seen in this Gronkle's eyes? It was not fear, nor was it anger. It was complex. It could not be described by any single word. The Gronkle closed its eyes quietly. Ellen placed his hand on its head, feeling its final warmth. He could have killed it with the meteor hammer. Rest in peace. Ellen's lips moved, and he used his dagger to widen the wound, blood flowing onto the ground. Hey, why don't you use a bowl to catch the dragon blood? We could mix it into our wine to drink, or use it to write and paint. A Viking shouted from the spectator stands, waiting for its body to turn cold. His companions stood beside the carcass, raising their weapons. Ellen stood on top of the Gronkle's head, hung his meteor hammer at his waist, raised his dagger high, and shouted to Lomond, "Search her." Hearing this, Lomond showed a rare hint of a smile. He then immediately retracted it, as if it had never existed. He deserves a better weapon, Lomond said, walking forward to praise Ellen to the instructor. The dragon hunt ended, and Lomond went down to the field to personally bestow a blessing upon him. Not everyone is as intelligent as you. You are a warrior, Ellen Folkbed. I and your family are proud of you. A short sword gleaming with silver light was placed into Ellen's hand. Lomond did not give him a meteor hammer. He could not demand the blacksmith forge one right now. A short sword was perhaps more suitable. I will always bring honor to you, chieftain, Ellen said proudly. In the name of the chieftain, Lomond handed the Gronkle's corpse over to Ellen, then ordered the slaves to lift the Gronkle's corpse and carry it out of the dragon hunting arena, heading to Mimir's blacksmith shop as Ellen had requested. It was Ellen who killed the Gronkle in the end. It rightfully belonged to him. Fortunately, the remaining 8 did not die in this examination, they all survived. One of them had their hair singed, another's clothes were burned to rags, and the others all sustained minor injuries. And there was one more. What happened? The youth woke up from his faint, but everyone had already left. Outside, Ellen walked in front, while the slaves carried the Gronkel behind him. Passing through the village square, everyone saw Searcher. He was covered in blood, his face expressionless. Behind him was a brown bear being carried by slaves. The two passed each other, their gazes accidentally meeting. In both their eyes burned an unnamed fighting spirit. Those following Searcher said nothing, they merely glanced quietly at Ellen and continued on. The slave at the end held a set of cages. The thing inside made it impossible for people to look away. A dragon hatchling. Its relationship with the giant-toothed dragon is not simple. Look at those two mandibles, look at the spikes on its body. Searcher wants to tame a dragon. This is the third bear he's killed in his life. The first was a hibernating female bear, the second was a male bear stealing honey, and I think this third one is a male too, but I've never heard of him slaughtering a dragon, Gron remarked to Ellen. Ellen, if he can kill a bear, he can kill a dragon. Maybe you're right. He's quite skilled with an axe, and his mace work isn't bad either, but I'm still curious why he doesn't kill a dragon, then his old man wouldn't look at him that way. Gron didn't stop talking the entire way. Ellen rolled his eyes, he didn't want to waste any more breath on this friend. This might cause Lomond displeasure. Meanwhile, Searcher did not go to the blacksmith, he went to find the tanner Weeks, who was a master of skinning. When he saw Ellen and his trophy, an uncontrollable rage rose in Searcher's heart. This was not directed at Ellen, but at the dragon. It inadvertently stirred up the deepest memories in his heart, painful like needle pricks. The 12-year-old boy had witnessed just how vicious a dragon could be, when he picked up his weapon and saw his reckless younger brother rush toward the Gronkel without anyone's assistance. No, Ilong, come back quickly, you should stay at home. Before the words were even out of his mouth, his brother had already charged at the giant-toothed dragon with a small axe, shouting. The giant-toothed dragon opened its abyssal maw, and before his brother could react, he was bitten in two. Searcher stared in a daze. Why were this dragon's teeth so big, so sharp? The surrounding buildings were engulfed in flames, screams and wails rose one after another. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of the Gronkel crunching his brother drowned out all other sounds. It was like some trick Loki had concocted to toy with mortals. His brother was eaten and then spat out. That pool of flesh and blood made one want to vomit. Lomond's confidants and soldiers discovered the scene. They trapped the dragon with nets and took Searcher away. Afterwards, the dragon was killed, and his brother was buried alongside the chieftain's gold and silver treasures. The slaves at home were also executed for lax supervision. Searcher would have nightmares about his brother every few days, and every Gronkel he saw made him tremble with fear. Lomond stood somewhere, gazing at the figures of Ellen and Searcher, his brow furrowing fiercely for an imperceptible moment before relaxing. He thinks killing a bear is impressive. I truly wish that lad had my blood flowing through him, Lomond remarked to the instructor Olaf. You could take Ellen as an adopted son, his parents wouldn't say anything. Give him status, then use force to deter him, he's a capable hand that can be utilized, the instructor suggested. I only need one son, Olaf. Returning to Ellen's side, he had promised Mimir that if he killed a dragon, he would send it his way. Ellen, please give me the dagger you used to kill the dragon, and I am willing to sleep with you. I offer 3 yaks. I'll trade you a helmet made from dragon horns. Alright, wait until I have Ellen kill a terrible terror with that dagger and send it directly to you. Now, you need to leave here, Gron said helplessly, blocking the path of these fans for Ellen. For the Vikings of the Hellfire tribe, a weapon that had killed a vicious dragon would bring blessings. At the same time, they wanted to use this to express their admiration. I want the one that slaughtered the Gronkel. Someone couldn't help but shout. Gron crossed his arms and shook his head. Suddenly, a sheathed dagger fell from the air for no reason, the blood on it already congealed. Someone recognized it at a glance. Everyone scrambled madly for the weapon. Hey, you're just giving it away like that. We could have traded it for pearls, silver, or something, and your parents won't be happy, Gron said, punching his shoulder blade in dissatisfaction. It's just a dagger. I have plenty at home. Ellen didn't care. Old man, come out quickly. You have a big business deal, Gron said loudly as he arrived in front of the blacksmith shop. Come out, come out, come out. A raven had landed on the Gronkel's corpse at some point. Come, let me see, what big business. Mimir was still vigorous in his old age. He grabbed Gron by the collar with one hand and lifted him up. Gron forced a smile. Not me, it's Ellen. He killed that dragon all by himself. Mimir then turned to look at Ellen. What a pity, you brats just don't know how to cherish goods. Its wings could also be made into handicrafts and sold for a good price. Mimir shook his head, looking regretful. Its name is Scar. Remember, this is the first dragon I've killed. I hope you can make armbands out of its bones, make as many as you can, and do whatever you want with the rest. Ellen looked at the Gronkel's corpse. Why do you always like naming dragons? They aren't even as good as beasts, Gron teased him. Every warrior deserves respect. May it go to the Valhalla of the dragon race. Dragons aren't warriors, they are evil beasts. Mimir had his apprentices carry the corpse inside and place it on the butchering table. The Gronkel didn't have many valuable parts. According to custom, he would keep the Gronkel's head. And the stomach inside, once cleaned, could be strapped to a shield or made into protective gear to resist dragon breath. Those two largest teeth can be made into daggers, Gron pointed at the dragon's head. They aren't as useful as shark teeth, keep them. I have to take the head home. Otherwise your old father will really be angry. Gron leaned against the doorway and continued, we need to celebrate properly. The two waited at the blacksmith shop for the better part of the day, and finally the corpse was dismantled, with the head placed in a wheelbarrow. The club-like tail was hung up. As agreed, this thing will be my payment. The blacksmith examined the tail and patted it a few times, expressing his satisfaction. Your craftsmanship is really not bad. So, when can I come to pick up the armbands? Depends on my mood. 7 days at most. You'll be boarding ships to go out to sea for raiding. By then, maybe I'll have an apprentice deliver them to you, Mimir said in a lazy tone. Go out to sea? Ellen asked, puzzled. Haven't you heard? The chieftain announced that there will be one last raid before winter. But I'm also curious why you knew we would be boarding ships too, Gron explained to his friend. 15-year-old boys rarely followed the adults to board ships and go to sea. At most, they helped out when the dragon race attacked. Glory lies ahead, or you going to let it slip away? Mimir put down his tools, his voice dull. You half-grown boys should go out and see the world. The grain from spring planting isn't enough to feed the thousands of Vikings in the Hellfire tribe. It's also time to see some blood. All Viking boys who pass the dragon hunting exam must board the ships to experience growth. It is also for the honor of the tribe and family. You're right, old man, we do indeed need glory beyond dragon slaying, Gron said, finding Mimir's words quite agreeable. Let's go, Gron. Ellen had to separate the head, claws, and meat to take them back. The things were too heavy to be delivered home all at once, and there wasn't a wheelbarrow that big. It was about to get dark, and they didn't have time to dawdle. Faced with the prospect of setting sail to raid, he would rather stay honestly on the island. Ellen had heard many such stories in the Great Hall. He had to admit that gold and silver treasures were indeed tempting, but when the bards sang those lewd songs, telling of people being kidnapped into slavery, women being raped, and even wanton slaughter, it made him wonder if, should pirates invade, his family would suffer the same fate. It would be better to be burned to death by a dragon. By the time Ellen, Gron, and their other helping friends brought the loot home, the moon was already hanging high in the sky. His father helped Ellen store it away first, deciding to deal with it tomorrow. Roar. That sound is truly strange. It seems there are uninvited guests on the island again. We must keep a close eye on the livestock tomorrow, his mother instructed his father. His father looked toward the forest outside the window, rest assured. The appearance of a new species of evil dragon on the island was quite a novelty. A ray of light suddenly pierced through the pitch-black shadows. The girl held up a lantern containing a firefly dragon, her gaze fixed ahead. Let me see, what exactly is causing this mischief? She was wrapped in linen, her head was shaved clean, and a terrible terror skull was tied around her waist. Her expression was cold and stern, and she gripped a sharp dragon-toothed dagger in her hand. Moving with slow steps, the girl stepped over the sleeping Gronkles, carefully holding her shield in front of her as she looked left and right. Suddenly, she missed her footing. Flustered, she jammed her shield into the ground to steady herself. Breathing a sigh of relief, she grumbled, "Which fool dug this hole?" Luckily, it wasn't a dragon hunter trap. When she brought the light over, it was pitch black and unfathomably deep. The girl picked up a random stone and threw it inside. A whimpering sound responded to her. Frowning slightly, the girl tied the lantern to her body and raised her blade and shield into a defensive stance. Come on, let's see who survives until the end, evil dragon. A massive silhouette soon emerged from the cave. A moving rock. No, it must be a monster. Cold sweat dripped down the girl's body, and there was a hint of wariness in her eyes. This dragon was even larger than a Gronkle. Its mouth could split into two halves, revealing a purple tongue. The creature looked at her and let out a roar. The girl was terrified. She turned and started running, seeing the Gronkles opening their eyes and waking up due to the creature's movements. The girl didn't care about that, she ran for her life, already regretting the delusion of coming here to kill a dragon in the middle of the night. The next day, Glev hung the dragon head on a wooden pole. I should have the carpenter build you a house. Every dragon hunter should hang a dragon head above their door. That would require a lot of money, father. This isn't the first dragon I've killed. It can be hung on a tree as a mascot. That's why you need to earn money and bring income to the family. The dragon head will stay on the pole for now. Every Viking who passes by will be able to see it. Glev rejected Ellen's suggestion. Ellen lowered his head and silently drank his wheat porridge. He didn't want to talk back to his father. That night, when his father learned that the dagger had been thrown away, he cursed Ellen as a fool with no honor. In the village square, the girl said to everyone, "There is a monster in the forest, and its mouth can split open." Everyone looked over. No, it should be called a dragon. It has wings and is just like a rock. I mean, it's like a huge, moving rock. Are you talking about a Gronkle, and its mouth split open? A young man asked, looking puzzled. It's not a Gronkle, that dragon is bigger. Then how do you know? I saw it. Hearing this, everyone dispersed. No one would listen to a little girl talk about such things. If she had really seen it, it would prove that this girl wouldn't be standing before them in one piece. It's Rosa. She must have gone into the forest last night, Gron said, coming up to Ellen. A dragon that can be like a giant rock, do you think we can believe her? She never lies. She must have misjudged it, all for that glory she's always craving, Gron whispered. Rosa was a crazy girl. She didn't go off to quietly learn to weave or fish like other girls. She was a member of the maiden training grounds. As for things like killing dragons, the tribe never allowed people like them to get involved. I still remember that time in the Great Hall when she replaced the ale with urine. Ellen looked at Gron. I won't be fooled by that again. Gron didn't want to recall that experience. Baldy, you should go see the witch and have your brain checked. Maybe she'll tell you to go find a rock to hug and sleep with, ha 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 ha. A boy came up to Rosa and mocked her. Rosa glared at him angrily, gritting her teeth. That will be the last sentence you ever speak. With a flying kick, she knocked the boy to the ground, firmly pinning his cheek with her foot, and gestured with the dagger over his head. Guess what? Will I peel your scalp off? I'm genuinely wondering if your brain was chewed on by a dragon. I didn't think so before, but now I believe it, hee hee. The boy laughed obsequiously. Hey, Rosa, press harder. I'll go find a painter. If we sell this painting to those Roman nobles, we might make a good profit, ha 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 ha. Gron said from the side, making sarcastic remarks. Rosa couldn't be bothered with Gron. She took her foot off, left the scene of trouble with a bitter and deep-seated look on her face. I will let you all know how wrong your ridiculous ideas are. I guess she isn't far from being grounded. Ellen knew well how unwilling Rose's family was to let her go out on adventures. In the crowd, Searcher looked at the dragon hatchling in the slave's hands. This dragon hatchling did indeed have a split mouth, and its skin was like rock. If it was truly as the merchant described, it was a valuable beast. Once he inherited the leadership, no one would question his strength anymore. Take some men into the forest, along with that ridiculous dragon, it might help you win some hearts. Lomond patted his shoulder. It can already fly, we can make it do more things. Then let us wait and see. But first, you had better kill a dragon before the winter snow covers the houses, so they know our Prince Searcher is not a cowardly leader who only uses bear killing to cover up his fear of dragons. Lomond's hand gripped his shoulder tightly. You had better not hope that there isn't a second person from the Ferhari family on the throne. Those fierce eyes made Searcher want to avert his gaze. He pursed his lips. I will do it. Don't forget to prepare. In a few days, we're taking men out to sea to raid. You know what to do. Rono is an experienced captain. After saying this, Lomond left Searcher's side. Searcher clenched his fists, lowered his head, and said nothing. In the Loki forest, Ellen, holding the Gronkel short sword Lomond had given him and carrying a dragon hide shield, ventured deep into the forest with Gron. Soon they would enter the territory where the leader had bought that batch of Gronkels. There are 5 in total. I thought they were almost wiped out by those guys, Gron whispered in the bushes. Soon, there will be one less dragon here. Ellen narrowed his eyes. If he could kill the first, he could kill the second dragon of this kind. Ahem, you'd better remember how we ran back that time. Bringing more people would be the right choice. Gron felt lingering fear just thinking about it. Rest assured, this time it will definitely not be my match. But first, what we need to do is find it, wait for it to be alone, and then I will strike and kill it. I'll use the meteor hammer to smash its eyes and wings first, and then kill it, Ellen planned. As they spoke, the two saw Blue Skin already fighting with its own kind. 2 irritable Gronkels were butting their nasal horns against each other. After a while, Blue Skin had knocked its opponent head over heels. It let out a roar to assert its dominance. The red-skinned Gronkel righted itself, flapped its small wings, and slunk away. It seems it's the boss here, we probably won't get a chance. The female dragon won't leave it, Gron said, feeling like retreating. We shall see. Ellen was not going to leave this place. He was determined to kill the dragon that had provoked him. By noon, both dragons and humans had started to sleep. Only Ellen yawned and continued to wait for an opportunity. He poked Gron awake with his elbow. What happened? Are the dragons attacking? Gron wiped the drool from his mouth, and just as he was about to stand up, Ellen yanked him back down. Yes, the dragons are attacking. Ellen couldn't be bothered to explain to him. That blue skin Gronkel is gone. Gron noticed the others fast asleep. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Now, you are about to witness the moment when an invincible Viking takes revenge for his honor. Ellen boldly walked through the group of dragons, the meteor hammer in his hand clinking against the rocks as he moved. A crow stood on his shoulder, its voice hoarse, as if afraid of waking the dragons. Revenge, revenge. Gron paused for a moment, he didn't say a word as he walked. His hands, however, were covered in sweat. He didn't dare to breathe until he could no longer see those Gronkels. This is too risky. If they wake up, we're done for. We'll be sacrificing ourselves to Searcher before even entering Valhalla. Gron started rambling again. Another dragon roar came, and that finally shut his mouth. Just when Ellen was inwardly overjoyed, he saw something even more disappointing. They had found Blue Skin. But this guy seemed too big and fat compared to its kin. It was wedged between 2 large, flat boulders. There were quite a few wounds on its body, not only from battles with its kin but also some new ones. Blue Skin recognized the 2 of them. Magma flowed between its teeth, and it bared its teeth like a wolf, making whimpering sounds from its vocal cords. A corner of its wing was pinned by the rocks, unable to move. This is a good opportunity, Ellen. We can get our revenge right now and finish it off. Gron eagerly pulled out the battle axe he had prepared earlier. I need to collect some interest first. HMPH. Saying this, Ellen spat on the ground in front of it. Blue Skin opened its blood-stained maw and let out a roar. It couldn't stand such an insult. If it weren't for the rocks, it could easily kill the humans in front of it. Ellen. Gron turned around and anxiously nudged his brother's shoulder. Gron, you'd better not bother me until I've had my fun. Ellen played with the Gronkle's dragon head and waved his hand impatiently. It's a dragon. Sensing the danger, Ellen turned around immediately, taking out his dragon skin shield to block a fireball attack first. Behind him, Blue Skin suddenly fired a magma projectile. The dragon in front was hit and immediately flew high into the air, letting out a roar. Awoo. It's a chisel claw dragon. I've never seen one this big. Actually, I should have listened to Dad and gone out with Guard and the others to learn dragon hunting experience. Gron held his axe with both hands, ready for battle. That's a real pity, you chose wrong. Ellen swung the meteor hammer in his hand. He hadn't brought any dragon catching ropes, he should have thought of that earlier. The dragon's skin was an ominous dark green, and the horns on its face were sharper than those of an ordinary chisel claw dragon. The fireballs it launched ignited whatever they touched. Now, several trees around them were on fire. I think we need to go find reinforcements, Gron suggested to Ellen, while glancing at Blue Skin behind them. They still had some advantage. At least they didn't have to worry about their backs. Vikings are fearless. Ellen didn't want anyone unnecessary to help him solve his problem. Blue Skin let out a roar toward the sky. Ellen noticed this sound and instantly understood that the two dragons had a grudge. Perhaps he could take advantage of this. The chisel claw dragon fired 5 fireballs in a row, all of which were dodged by the two. In the blink of an eye, the chisel claw dragon disappeared, and only the sound of claws treading on the ground could be heard in the woods. It's too fast. Gron could only see afterimages. They stood back to back, their eyes constantly searching for the target. But it's large in size. Even if a sheep runs fast, it still sheds wool. A flash of inspiration struck Ellen. Perhaps its target wouldn't always be focused on the humans. Ellen stepped directly onto the Gronkle's head. Where are you going? Gron asked when he saw him leave. Sure enough, the chisel claw dragon appeared behind Blue Skin, preparing to ambush the trapped Gronkle. But Ellen wouldn't let it succeed. He blocked with his dragon skin shield, and the pale green fireball hit the shield, sending up a puff of smoke. Cough, 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 cough. Gron, come help quickly. Ellen hurriedly called for his chatterbox brother. Searcher says hello to you, you stinking dragon. Gron slashed with both axes, cutting 2 gashes into the chisel claw dragon's rounded head. The chisel claw dragon, in pain, instinctively fled. It doesn't have many fireballs left to spit. Ellen was certain. Did you see my heroic pose just now? I almost slaughtered that beast. Oh, it was just fantastic. Mwah, mwah. Gron kissed his own muscles. Ellen shook his head helplessly. Stay alert. That dragon won't run too far. No sooner had he finished speaking than Gron was grabbed by claws and taken into the sky. Valhalla. We shall meet in Valhalla, Ellen teased him. Brother, I was joking. Don't let me sacrifice myself like this, I haven't even slept with a woman yet. Odin definitely doesn't want a virgin. Gron was on the verge of tears. He was swung around by the dragon until he vomited, a puddle of vomit landing on the ground. Ellen walked away in disgust. That's truly disgusting. His eyes were focused, and after dodging another dragon breath from the chisel claw dragon, he immediately swung his meteor hammer out. The chisel claw dragon was in pain again, its claws loosened, and Gron fell down just like that. Landing in Ellen's arms. Thor bless me, I'm still alive. Gron clutched his chest, unable to stop his mouth from curling up. Hey, yeah. Ellen threw him aside and then looked at the chisel-claw dragon again, holding a short sword in his hand. This dragon was no longer preparing to use dragon breath, it spread its wings to intimidate them. Its eyes were slit like a viper's. It stared fiercely at Blue Skin, which was stuck in the rocks. Awoo. The crow took the opportunity to land on a branch behind it, looking at Ellen, their minds connected. The crow dived rapidly, pecking out one of the chisel-claw dragon's eyes directly. Boom. Blue Skin followed closely, opening its giant maw to unleash a magma explosion, sending the chisel-claw dragon flying directly into a tree, snapping it. Gron and Ellen looked at each other and immediately picked up their weapons to stab at the vital spots. The crow pecked out the chisel-claw dragon's other eye as well. In a moment, the two were splattered with blood, and the crow landed back on Ellen's shoulder, as those present listened to the chisel-claw dragon die in agony. Who gets credit for killing this dragon? Gron suddenly asked. This is our honor, Gron. Ellen threw away his weapon, he was a bit tired. Gron turned to look at Blue Skin. Then this one must be mine, since I helped you get revenge. Wait, Gron. Gron stopped. What is it? This dragon helped us, and look around, the fire. The soldiers will be here to put it out soon. Do you think we'll get any benefits then? Ellen's words stumped Gron. What do you plan to do? Ellen gazed at the blue-skinned giant-toothed dragon, his eyes filled with fighting spirit, even though it was pinned by a rock. After a moment of thought, he said, let it leave here. Why? Gron asked, confused. If we let it live, who knows how many Vikings will die, and how much food the tribe will lose. When it comes back, we will kill it. Ellen listened to the approaching footsteps. Besides, this isn't fair. I want a fair revenge. Under the witness of Odin, I will restore my honor. It wasn't injured then, so it cannot be injured now. Let it be as you say. Although Gron looked slightly displeased, he reluctantly accepted his brother's idea. Avoiding that massive maw, Ellen chewed up the herbs he carried and applied them to its wound. Our Ellen is truly merciful, actually saving an evil fire-breathing dragon. Gron curled his lip. After finishing this step, Ellen said to Gron, you stand aside. If it dares to kill me, use this Gronkle dagger to slaughter it. Happy to serve. Only then did Gron beam with joy. Ellen smashed the meteor hammer hard against the boulder, breaking gaps into the two stones. The blue skin flapped its wings a few times, broke free from the rubble, flew into the air, and looked down at Ellen. Ellen, however, turned his eyes toward the raven perched on a branch elsewhere. Gron cautiously picked up the dragon hide shield. With a dragon roar, the blue skin left under their gaze. Seeing a group of soldiers carrying water buckets and tree-sawing tools, the two immediately cut off the head of the chisel-claw dragon. We have already caught the culprit. Gron stepped on the dragon's head. Do you have witnesses? The soldier first ordered his men to put out the fire, then stared coldly at the two. Does a raven count? Ellen said casually. Kill dragon, kill dragon, kill dragon. The raven shrieked. Do you think I'm joking? The soldier retorted, his lips moving. This is the chieftain's territory, and so is this dragon. We must hand it over to him. Ellen didn't speak. He wrinkled his nose and revealed the sharp Gronkle dagger. If I recall correctly, every dragon hunter is entitled to a portion of the spoils. That is also Lomon's will. Do I need to say it a second time? I swear in the name of the Kryborg family. The soldier looked down at Gron's broad face, and the air seemed to freeze. I am of the Folkbed family, son of Glev, and we want the dragon head now. Ellen drove the dagger into the eye of the chisel-claw dragon. The dragon must be taken to the chieftain first. Give us the dragon horns and teeth. And the claws. Otherwise, you'd better pray you can walk out of here alive. Don't think just because you're tall. If we die, when our fathers find out about this, you'd better be able to explain to Lomond how yesterday's dragon-slaying heroes died at the hands of their own people. Gron added. His words made the soldier's expression stiffen. Cut off what we want, and then leave. Ellen gripped the dragon hide shield. Hearing this, Gron began to hack away at the dragon head. Boom. The earth trembled, and the soldier's resolve wavered. He didn't linger, snorted coldly, and turned away. Gron. Wow, looks like someone isn't up to the job, giving up so quickly. In truth, he was also a bit terrified, but he couldn't show it on his face. Ellen sensed his brother's fear and comforted him. Odin would not let heroes die in vain. We will take the carcass back and hand it to the chieftain in front of everyone. Good idea. Gron threw the head onto the dragon's body, and each of them grabbed a claw to drag it out of the forest. When they passed the group of gronkles, the blue skin let out a roar, and all the gronkles made way for the two, its eyes fixed intently on them. This dragon really has a brain. I once helped a yak up, and it ended up kicking me. That was quite a kick. Gron complained to Ellen. Raven. Quite a kick, quite a kick, quite a kick. Shut up, Gron. Ellen pulled the dragon carcass hard, hoping now that some hunter might notice and give them a hand. It took them a full 5 hours to drag it from the Loki forest to the outside. The sun had already set. Under the lamplight, someone spotted them. Everyone helped lift the dragon and loudly proclaimed their achievements. Lomond handed the chisel claw dragon over to the tanner, and Ellen and Gron got what they wanted as they had hoped. See you tomorrow, my dear brother. Gron hugged Ellen's neck tightly before skipping home. He was very happy today, having teamed up to kill a second dragon and obtaining the spoils. Ellen stretched his limbs and glanced back at the forest. A figure was stealthily slipping into it, carrying a shield and a sword. Rosa. Ellen couldn't help but wonder if she was going there so late to meet a man in secret. Or perhaps to kill a dragon. Dragon hunting is best done during the day. He shook his head, not wanting to care, but he was still curious. Besides, he wanted to check on the blue skin's condition again. If its wounds healed well, he would go kill it tomorrow. With a plan in mind, Ellen silently advanced into the forest. He didn't bring a firefly dragon lamp or any candles, so he could only rely on his experience to track Rosa's movements. However, a sharp blade soon touched the skin on his throat. Are you stalking me? The hot breath of someone entered Ellen's ear. Rosa. What do you want with me? Calm down, I have another purpose for being here. I'm really not stalking you. Ellen glanced at that pale, rough arm. Rosa put away her blade and shoved the lamp into Ellen's hand. Show me the way. I know you, Ellen Folkbed. You've killed 2 dragons from yesterday until now. I must find a chance to beat her up. She dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Ellen's face twitched as he silently held the lamp and walked forward, asking her, are you here to kill a dragon? The gronkles are not easy to deal with. Not that dragon, but that one. No, don't tell me you're going after that one. Ellen thought of the dragon hatchling in the hands of Searcher's slaves and knew that Rosa's words might not be false. That's right, that's the one. Once I kill it, everyone will know the fame of Rosa Kryborg. Hellfire will have another shield maiden legend, and I will be the reincarnation of a Valkyrie. Rosa walked backward, bringing her face close to the tip of Ellen's nose, then turned around and returned behind him. Is that so? Good luck. Ellen said dismissively. This madwoman, trying to deal with a dragon in the middle of the night is just asking for death. He muttered to himself. Why did you stop? Rosa asked curiously, seeing Ellen halt. You have to ask them. Ellen looked at the campfire on the ground and a few young men. Searcher, why are you here? Rosa looked at these people, quite surprised. Let me guess, you've been here all day. How many people have died? Ellen blurted out. Trying to understand every new dragon requires a painful price. They must have encountered the dragon that Rosa spoke of. Not many, just 3. They were crushed by boulders like sausage meat. A young man said subconsciously. Searcher glared at him. The young man covered his mouth, knowing he had spoken too quickly. You let a gronkle go, Ellen Folkbed. How do we settle this score? You betrayed us. Searcher changed the subject, pointing at him. Rosa turned her head to look at Ellen, unable to believe that such a thing could happen. Ellen said, I am doing this for my honor. That dragon is crippled. Once its wounds heal, I will kill it fair and square and mount its head on my roof. Or I can go right now, and you and Rosa can bear witness. I don't want to deal with your nonsense. I'm going to kill that dragon now. Rosa stepped over the campfire. Searcher couldn't help but sneer, and the other youths laughed along with him. Don't tell me this is your goal as well. Searcher looked at Ellen. Just joining in the fun, and I can collect her corpse while I'm at it. Ellen was also curious about what kind of dragon they had encountered. The group voluntarily pointed them in a direction, their faces full of mockery. You'd better not get too close. There are 3 gronkles there. Don't make me go to Valhalla just to find you. Searcher still didn't want Ellen to die, their battle wasn't over yet. Ellen said nothing, he silently followed behind Rosa, observing the situation. Do you see the deep pit? Of course, I can see it. Ellen raised an eyebrow. By the light, he could see how large the pit was. He couldn't help but wonder if the earthquakes were related to this. Rosa jumped down without a word. This time, she intended to catch it off guard and take its life. Ellen frowned, hearing Rosa's urging, come down quickly. Without light, I can't see anything. He hesitated for a moment, silently whispering to himself, Ellen Folkbed knows no fear. Seeing Ellen jump down, Rosa teased him. Great, I thought you were afraid of the dark and were a coward. Now I'm much more at ease. Listen, this time I'm going to kill it by myself. You just watch from the side. After saying that, Rosa began to explore the tunnel. They discovered 3 sleeping gronkles. That dragon uses these beasts as emergency food. When it gets hungry, it will eat them. Rosa explained with a nearly perfect reason. If that were the case, they would have run away long ago. They must be soldiers, and since the soldiers are asleep now, this is indeed a good opportunity. Ellen stepped over them with practiced ease and walked deeper inside. There's nothing here. Ellen didn't find any dragon that looked like a stone. Maybe you should get closer. Rosa took the lamp and aimed it at the dragon's skin that looked like an earthen wall. Ellen widened his eyes and finally noticed the row of sharp teeth protruding from the dragon's lips, as well as the ears that looked like small wings, similar to a gronkel. Its head was covered in sharp spikes. This dragon is huge. Even a monstrous nightmare isn't this big. Recalling what the man beside Searcher had said, it could roll like a giant boulder. If it woke up, there was no chance for the 2 of them to survive. We have to go tell Lomond. Ellen still had self-awareness. If they couldn't kill this thick-skinned dragon, their fate would be quite miserable. I don't think so. Rosa made up her mind. She was determined to kill this evil dragon today. She picked up her sword and stabbed it fiercely at its neck. No, 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 no. Ellen couldn't be bothered to deal with this madwoman anymore. He turned around and ran for his life. Because he had just heard the sound of the sword hitting the neck, which sounded like hitting stone. The great dragon shook its body frantically, stretched its 4 legs, its eyes were vertical slits, and it opened its jaws to let out a roar. It clearly had a major case of morning grumpiness. Seeing this, Rosa threw away the sword and ran out quickly. Wait for me. Its wings pressed against its sides, curling into a ball, and it moved toward the 2 of them quickly. Ellen ran out by stepping directly on the bodies of the gronkles, and Rosa followed suit. They didn't want to become minced meat stuffed into intestines. At the mouth of the pit, a rope was thrown down. Ellen looked up and saw it was Searcher. The 2 climbed up the rope with difficulty, and before they could catch their breath, the dragon had already emerged. It spread its wings, flew to a high altitude, and then crashed down hard. The 3 of them took advantage of the gap to quicken their pace and run toward the dense forest. The dragon landed violently, causing large patches of trees to tilt. Ellen and the others only felt a powerful shockwave. They were sent flying by the tremor. Even the ground was shaking. Ellen finally knew where the earthquakes in the village came from. Although I don't want to say it, thank you for saving our lives. I owe you a yak, Searcher. Let's meet on the training ground, Ellen of the Folkbed family. Searcher stood up and dusted himself off. When Ellen looked at Rosa, the arrogant mad girl had knocked the back of her head against a tree and fainted. I'm going to give it a name. Let's call it the earthquake dragon. It truly is unexpected. A look of pride appeared on Searcher's face. He was right, he had bought that egg from that merchant. Before long, the dragon hatchling would grow to be as big as the earthquake dragon. If it cannot be tamed, it will be a nightmare. Ellen whispered to himself. He carried Rosa on his back and left, leaving Searcher and his sycophants in excitement. The next day, as soon as the sun came out, the village became lively. It wasn't because the chief knew about the earthquake dragon, but because Rosa's parents were looking for trouble with Ellen when they saw the unconscious Rosa being carried back to the village by him. They drew their axes and held them to his neck. Ellen Folkbed, did you sleep with my daughter? Calm down, old Ulf. I have no interest in your daughter, she is too wild. You should thank me for saving your daughter, otherwise she would have been eaten by a bear long ago. Ellen pointed at himself and said. Ulf, you had better think clearly before you act. Glow grabbed his arm, his expression serious. The relatives of the Folkbed family gathered together, looking at Ulf's family with hostility. Ulf shook off Glow's hand, snorted coldly, and walked away in a rage. You must give me an explanation as to why you didn't come home all night. His mother stood with her hands on her hips, scrutinizing Ellen's blue eyes. I did a huge favor for the village, mother. My love for you is endless. Knowing he was about to get a beating, Ellen tried his best to play the emotional card to persuade his mother. You mean a dragon made the earth tremble, and you all came back alive? Lomond was half doubting. Early in the morning, he had learned about the dragon from his son. Why don't you go see for yourself? My brothers and I suffered heavy casualties. Searcher's tone was low. Fine, a father cannot help but believe his own son. Lomond pulled up his belt, picked up his sword, and the first thing he did upon leaving was to have the clerk assemble the men. Prepare the catapults, giant crossbows, and dragon-catching chains. I'm going to meet that stupid dragon that can cause earthquakes, and it will be perfect to sacrifice to the great Searcher. Searcher turned his gaze toward the little earthquake dragon in the cage. Try feeding it some stones, maybe it will breathe fire. Watch him well, or I'll cut off your head. The threatened slave nodded quickly. Yes, master. Lomond gathered 100 dragon-hunting berserkers. The weapons they carried were all made of Gronkel iron, and each of them had hunted a dragon alone. It seems Rosa's plan is going to fall through. Ellen said to Gron in the village square. If I were her, I would sneak after them and catch it off guard. Ha 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 ha. Gron crossed his arms and said with a laugh. But she has been grounded. That's why I said to sneak after them. Gron already knew everything about Ellen and Rosa. At the edge of the forest, Lomond told Searcher to stay behind, manage the village. I don't want certain people causing chaos. Father, those people are just like sheep. Why not take me with you and let me see how you hunt the dragon? Searcher, don't make me repeat myself. Lomond gripped his ruby-encrusted Viking sword. Searcher clenched his fists tightly and turned his head away. Looks like another guy who got scolded by his father has appeared. Gron watched from the sidelines. He enjoyed seeing everyone in a sorry state, especially Searcher, the heir to the leader. He watched coldly as an outsider. I'm going to check on the sheep. Let me know when they return in triumph. Ellen said, then went to find his brother. About an hour passed, and the ground trembled once more. Ellen knew that the great dragon was angry. Whenever it slammed into the ground, the shockwave could sweep through half the forest. The dragon's roar gradually reached the village. He looked out, and his heart sank. He actually saw a rolling rock rampaging about. He really wanted to ask Lomond what on earth he had gone to do. The warehouse storing fish was smashed to pieces. It's all over now. Ellen lamented inwardly. Ignoring his family's dissuasion, he hurriedly grabbed his weapon and ran toward the village, just to prevent further damage to it. Where is our leader? He asked immediately upon meeting Gron. He was knocked out by magic. I really didn't expect that whenever this dragon lands on the ground, everyone gets sent flying and falls asleep. Gron looked astonished. That's an impact, the dragon is releasing a burst of energy. No sooner said than done, the earthquake dragon flew into the sky and slammed down hard again. Both Gron and Ellen were sent flying by this massive impact force. Their heads were hard enough, and they were sent into the sheep pen, which was how they survived. What do we do now? Lomond has gone to sleep. Who else can stop this dragon? Gron rubbed his head, feeling troubled. For instance, me. Rosa stood before them. Then you are truly magnificent, Rosa. Ellen didn't believe it at all. Rosa pulled both of them up in one breath. Remember Searcher's dragon hatchling. We can use it as bait, gather more people, lure it into the forest, and catch it with the dragon hunter trap. Good plan, let's do it now. Ellen's brain could only agree with this idea for the moment. I thought you were grounded. Gron knew how hard old Ulf's fists were, and he didn't want to get slapped. That dragon breathes magma. My house was burned down, so I came out. Now is the time for us to be heroes. But please remember, I am the one who will kill that dragon, and you two are just assisting. Rosa pointed her thumb at herself. Ellen speechlessly put his hand on his face. Is this lunatic really reliable? Miss, if you don't want us to be homeless and frozen into ice sculptures in winter, then hurry up and give us a plan. Gron's voice grew louder. Ahem, what's the rush? We'll go find Searcher now, get the dragon hatchling, then call guard and the others, and all problems will be solved. Ellen and Gron listened as they walked. With such a huge mess in the village, even a blind or deaf person would understand what was going on. Finding Searcher was easy. He was gathering a team, 3 Gronkles had appeared in the village, and he had no time to attend to the earthquake dragon. Searcher, we have a dragon slaying plan. Do you want to hear it? Ellen stepped forward to initiate the conversation. I am the future heir. You should listen to me, not the other way around, Ellen. Anger piled up on Searcher's face. With the father down, the son naturally had to step up. Ellen's attitude made him feel that his authority had been challenged. The few youths beside Searcher looked at the 3 of them coldly. Of course, I have always known who I should be loyal to, but now the village is facing a crisis, and we must discuss countermeasures. Regardless of Searcher's reaction, Ellen told him his plan. Hopefully, he would listen. But how could an arrogant Viking listen to others? Ellen drew his sword directly. Searcher, I'm doing this for the village. You'd better hand over that dragon. We can also use the slaves as bait. Rosa proposed a new plan. That earthquake dragon wants its child. I'm sure it will come after Searcher sooner or later. Otherwise, why would there be 1 earthquake dragon and 1 dragon hatchling in the village, instead of 2 earthquake dragons, or perhaps just 1 earthquake dragon? Gron saw through the causal relationship at a glance. Everyone step aside. Today, I will make this kid who challenged the Jarl's authority pay the price. Searcher picked up an axe and pointed it at Ellen. I'll take this as a challenge you've initiated. If I win, I'm taking that dragon hatchling. After saying this, Ellen wrinkled his nose and charged forward with his sword. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. A crow stood on Ellen's head and cawed. One. Gron snatched the slave cage. All right, this is our trophy. No, we are just borrowing the future king's property. Ellen said loudly to everyone. Look at that stupid dragon, Searcher. We need a leader, and you must participate in our plan. Ellen pulled Searcher up and said to him. I am not a traitor. I will always be loyal to the leader of the Hellfire tribe, for the honor of the family. Ellen's words didn't improve Searcher's expression. Tell me the details of your plan. Grumble, grumble, grumble. The earthquake dragon curled into a ball, its skin as hard as rock, crushing villagers who fled in all directions. 1 moment of carelessness meant a tragic death on the spot. Anyone holding knives or forks was sent flying. Hey, are you looking for your child? If you don't want it to get hurt, you'd better fly over here. Searcher inherited his father's loud voice, and that shout quickly drew the earthquake dragon's attention. It no longer curled into a ball but flew into the air, its pupils like vertical needles, roaring at that group of people. Then it flew over rapidly. We're going to the forest. Ellen told Rosa to take the cage and walk into the forest. The others followed behind her, taking turns with the wheels to confuse the direction of the earthquake dragon, and walked towards the location of the dragon hunter trap. The moment the earthquake dragon chased after them, Searcher immediately ordered the archers to loose their arrows. Clang! Clatter! The arrows didn't even break its skin. Gron followed behind the earthquake dragon's tail and asked Ellen beside him, I have a question. If those arrows don't hurt this dragon, how are we going to deal with it in the forest? That's a good question. None of us thought about it. First, we need to catch it, then we can think about other problems, like waiting for Lomon to wake up, or hiring a dragon hunter to solve it. Ellen, you're so smart. By Odin's blessing, I think so too, my brother. While speaking, Ellen and Gron had already chased into the forest. The dense trees were blasted into a sea of fire by a breath of dragon breath from the earthquake dragon. Cough, cough, I'm choking to death. Gron couldn't stand the thick smoke. We'd better catch it before we choke to death, otherwise we'll go to Valhalla to see Odin and tell him how we so miserably hunted the dragon. After saying this, Ellen threw a flying knife to trigger a mechanism similar to a catapult. A stone slammed hard into the earthquake dragon's tail. The earthquake dragon turned around and blasted the trees to pieces with another magma projectile, continuing to chase the humans carrying the dragon hatchling. Searcher ordered his men to trigger the traps in the forest. Not only did the traps fail to contain the earthquake dragon, but it also launched a ball of explosive lava right at them. Seeing that Rosa was about to be caught, Ellen increased his speed even further. Rosa, throw the cage away. Rosa heard him, turned, and stopped. She placed the cage on the ground and drew her axe. Come on, you stinking dragon. How are we supposed to explain to her old father how his daughter got herself killed? Gron said to Ellen, panting heavily. You should ask Searcher that yourself. Ellen continued to chase after the earthquake dragon. The earthquake dragon lowered its head to glare at Rosa. Upon landing, it glanced at the dragon hatchling inside the cage, opened its three-part jaw to let out a roar at Rosa, and instantly curled into a ball, charging forward. Ellen was quick-witted. He lunged and tackled Rosa out of the way, saving her from certain disaster. The two of them rolled over 3 times. Ellen shouted as he ran, Come on, you stinking dragon. He took the dragon hatchling and ran toward an empty area, hoping to buy enough time for the others to counterattack and for Rosa to be saved. Rosa pounded the ground in frustration. She didn't want to give up this opportunity. She was too hungry for glory. Searcher led his men, blades in hand, in pursuit. We need a larger iron net. It would be best to trap it before it can take flight. On Ellen's side, his legs felt as if they were dragging dozens of pounds of iron balls. The more he ran, the weaker and sorer they became. The rolling rock was about to crush him into a meat patty. He simply reached out and held the cage in front of him. The earthquake dragon finally stopped, glaring angrily at Ellen. Ellen opened the cage and unfastened the chains for the dragon hatchling. He backed away cautiously. I know you came here because of your child. That was never my intention. I only ask that you take it and leave Volcano Island, and we will leave each other in peace. This was his final bargaining chip. If it didn't work, he would truly be going to Muspelheim to meet Searcher. The dragon hatchling flew out of the cage, buzzing around between the two of them like a headless fly. The earthquake dragon approached the dragon hatchling, sniffed it, and upon confirming the scent of its own kind, scooped it directly into its mouth. However, things didn't end there. Searcher had already arrived with his pursuers. The dragon's tail was covered in spikes, and it was clearly poised to take revenge on the humans. Ellen now only had a Gronkel iron dagger in his hand. He couldn't guarantee he could kill the enemy before him in one strike. Just as the earthquake dragon was about to use its shockwave again, a blue-skin Gronkel jumped out, stood in front of Ellen, and roared, causing the two sides to face off. Blue Skin approached slowly. It didn't roar again. Eye contact was enough. The earthquake dragon seemed to understand what Blue Skin meant. It exhaled 2 jets of hot air from its nostrils, flapped its wings, and turned to fly away, leaving the frantically running Rosa grasping at thin air. Searcher witnessed all of this. The people behind him whispered amongst themselves, "Did you see that? That dragon was actually protecting him." Searcher ignored such comments. Even though the sound of his brother being chewed was still ringing in his ears and his hands and feet were trembling slightly, he still shouted loudly, "Kill this Gronkle." Ellen frowned, looking at Blue Skin with a complex expression. But everyone was watching. He couldn't just let Blue Skin go, nor could he ruin his family's reputation. Ellen raised his dagger, ready to strike. Blue Skin simply flew away. Right before everyone's eyes. This dragon wasn't stupid. Compared to a certain female lunatic, it was actually quite smart. Ellen thought to himself. The next moment, he suddenly asked the people around him, who brought a bow and arrow or a lasso. A sharpshooter would be best. The people looked at each other and fell silent. Where did that stupid dragon go? After waking up from his fainting spell, Lomond had killed the remaining Gronkles and was organizing men to run toward Searcher's direction again. Only to slaughter it with his own hands. "Father, you're here." Searcher lowered his head slightly. Seeing the situation, Ellen stepped forward to explain. Searcher drove the dragon away. He used bows and arrows and a catapult. The dragon hatchling had already been killed by a blast of dragon breath from the dragon. Lomond looked at his son. The crowd chimed in. "It's just a pity we couldn't kill that dragon. Next time it comes back, we will definitely take it down. You've finally been of some use to this village, my son." Lomond didn't dwell on it further. He had to go back and order people to repair the village. "Why did you push this onto me?" Searcher came to Ellen's side. Gron and Rosa were also curious. "No one would believe that a Gronkle helped the Vikings. Without your assistance, we would have been close to death. Just consider that I've compensated you with that dragon hatchling." Ellen continued teasingly. "Besides, your old man is really hoping you can kill a dragon to bring honor to your ancestors. My affairs are none of your business." Ellen Folkbed. "See you on the training grounds. Don't think I'll be grateful to you, or that I'll show you mercy then." After saying this, Searcher coldly beckoned his followers to return to the village. The forest fire was gradually extinguished by the villagers. On the way, the two bid farewell to Rosa. Gron asked Ellen, "Did you notice? That guy was trembling when he saw the Gronkle." "I really didn't notice that. It seems that rumor is true, isn't it? If he can't kill a dragon, he can't be a leader." Gron whispered to Ellen. "The Ferhari family has more than just him. If we could support someone else." Gron, Searcher is Lomond's son. We cannot betray him. Unless he dies, don't even think about it. Besides, everyone is still young. Who knows if he might slaughter a monstrous nightmare in the future. Ellen stopped Gron from continuing. "Ellen, I also really want to slaughter a monstrous nightmare. That would be absolutely amazing." Gron started nagging in his ear again. Until his Tanner brother called him to go skin a dragon with their master. Another night came, and the people gathered in the hall to celebrate the feat of Searcher and the others driving away the evil dragon. The bard specifically praised Searcher, and Lomond was deliberately omitted from the poem. At this banquet, Searcher's enthusiasm was not high. "Want some ale? I mean, is that old guy, Ulf, sleeping at home?" Ellen brought a cup to Rosa and observed the gazes of the people around them. Gron snatched it away. "Might as well give it to me. Yes, my father doesn't like such lively environments. He loves the harp and yaks." Rosa slapped Gron on the head, while looking toward a spot in the hall where a group of Vikings were rowdily playing. "Oh, hey, you must be the group of kids who drove the dragon away with Searcher." A man walked up to them of his own accord. "Actually, we were the main force, but who are you? I've never seen you on the island before." Gron stared at him with suspicious eyes. "Dragon Hunter Bio. My mother mentioned you. You've hunted many sea dragons and sold them for money." Ellen knew from his attire, a leather coat inlaid with dragon scales. "It seems my reputation has grown large enough that even you kids know of me." Bio downed his ale in one gulp. "Don't tell me you came here to show off your achievements to us." Rosa looked at this slovenly dragon hunter with little affection. "Of course not. I visited Lomond. your leader, and heard that a very promising dragon hunter warrior recently emerged from the dragon hunter exam. Bio cast his gaze toward Ellen. Hearing this, Ellen tore at his beef jerky with an expressionless face. Let me guess, you must be talking about me, right? But I was the one who won in the summer. Gron grinned. You only just qualify. Bio picked up the bread, moving his gaze from Gron to Ellen, but he is the one born to kill dragons. He is one of the very few who has killed a dragon single-handedly. So what did you come to find me for, dragon hunter? Ellen asked in a calm tone. Come onto my ship, Ellen. You will make a fortune hunting dragons with me, instead of being ordered around by Lomond here as a grunt, herding sheep and feeding chickens. Bio extended an olive branch to him. Being a drifter doesn't fit the Viking tradition. Rosa knew Ellen wouldn't agree, and she swirled the drink in her cup. You know, if there were no dragons in this world, maybe I really would become a shepherd, occasionally sailing out to explore, catching some fish, and listening to the stories of those merchants. Bio, I am a Viking youth of the Hellfire tribe. I live here. We may hunt dragons for honor, but the greater reason is to protect our families. You'd better find someone else. Ellen's expression was serious. He had far less interest in sailing out to kill dragons than in fighting for his tribe, playing with lambs, and marrying a woman. It seems it's hard to recruit a talented dragon hunter this year. Folkbed, if you change your mind, I will be waiting for you in the hall every week, and you can listen to my past stories of killing dragons. After saying this, Bio turned around and went to find a golden-haired woman with a bright face. Seeing him leave, Rosa looked at Ellen. What else does your mother know about him? Why are you asking about this? You can find out just by asking around the village, Ellen said helplessly. Actually, I want to ask him where that earthquake dragon went. Rosa spread out a map marked with various locations in the barbaric archipelago. We almost lost our lives, Rosa. I'm not taking that risk. If you want to kill a dragon, just find a gronkel, or a deadly natter will do. Ellen was in no mood to discuss this with her. Besides, the chief wouldn't give them a ship to sail out. Here, Stone Island. It's all rocks. Gronkles love to eat rocks, and earthquake dragons have some kind of connection with gronkles. They must be together. Gron pointed to the nearest island. That's the land of exile. It's said that many tribes exile criminals there. They are either eaten by dragons or their souls are taken away by the death god Hela. Rosa rested her chin on her hand. As long as we commit a crime, we can be exiled there. Ellen and Gron both shook their heads in refusal. I'm joking. I'm not that stupid. I wouldn't give up my status and bring shame to my family just to kill a dragon. I just hope that Earthquake Dragon will visit the Hellfire tribe again. I would be very welcoming of it. Rosa spread her hands, a smile curling on her lips. Ellen sighed. May Odin protect us, I hope it doesn't come back. When the sun rose again, it was a new day of life. Because Ellen was already qualified to hunt dragons, training was temporarily halted, and the instructor told him to go back and wait for Lomond's word. Rosa was taken by her father to be taught hunting and combat skills. Gron continued to learn leatherworking. On Ellen's side, while he was helping the family herd sheep, his twin sisters told him that the sheep had all huddled together, and so much wool had fallen off from fear. This is the problem, brother. Tell me, how do we solve this? The crow stood on Ellen's shoulder and screamed. Caw. A fight to the death, a fight to the death, a fight to the death. Glow touched his chin and looked at the sleeping blue Gronkel, not knowing what to say for a moment. He whispered to Ellen. Let Lomond handle it. Send people to catch this dragon. I'm asking how to calm these sheep down. Ellen grabbed a clump of scattered wool. Make this dragon leave, and they will recover, Glow said. Lamb. Ba tilde. You're right. Ellen picked up a stone and threw it at Blue Skin's ear. The hit was heavy, completely waking Blue Skin up and annoying it. It charged rapidly toward Ellen. Ellen had nothing, he could only run, fleeing out of the range of the sheep flock and arriving at a snowy area. This isn't fair. When Ellen said this, he felt annoyed. Dragons couldn't understand human speech. Why did he have to run his mouth? Blue Skin stopped. It stood on all fours, just staring at him. Fine, alright, I think I understand what you mean. Ellen walked tentatively, and Blue Skin did not chase him. It wanted him to be ready before they fought. Of course, Ellen couldn't let it down. He went home, quickly put on his equipment, and came before it. The crow flew away sensibly and landed on Glow's head. Brother, do you want me to call someone? No, just me and it. Ellen shook his shoulders and swung his meteor hammer. Blue Skin also prepared for battle. It squeezed out a fierce look, let out a heart-trembling low growl from its throat, and then rushed over rapidly, intending to use its nasal horn to knock Ellen directly away. Ellen sidestepped and quickly dodged the attack. He had long since memorized the attack pattern of the Gronkle. Before the hot-tempered dragon could turn around, Ellen's meteor hammer smashed down half an inch from its tail. Roar! Blue Skin was not polite either, firing a burst of molten lava that melted the snow. The warm fire made Ellen feel less cold and more eager to fight. It was just like fighting those Viking boys in the training grounds, painful yet happy, every strike venting the boredom of his life in this world. Come on, come again, let's see how many more dragon breaths you have. Ellen laughed loudly. Blue Skin immediately narrowed the width of its open mouth. It wasn't just a reckless brute, although most of the time that was how it acted with its own kind. It charged again, and before getting close to Ellen, it turned rapidly, and its tail hammer knocked Ellen flying once again. Ellen almost saw Odin. Stop! Don't touch him. Seeing this, his brother raised his crossbow, aiming at Blue Skin. I'm still alive, Glow. I won't die. Steam puffed from Ellen's mouth. Ellen, don't make Mom and Dad say their final farewells to you. It's not human, you don't have to treat a fire-breathing beast the way you treat people. Glow's face was full of worry. He wanted to get others, but he was afraid he wouldn't see Ellen for the last time. Ellen picked up his shield and meteor hammer again and glanced at Glow. The Folkbed family knows no fear. I will not bring shame upon you. Blue Skin then spat out a second dragon breath. This time Ellen didn't dodge. He blocked it with his dragon skin shield and attacked again. Blue Skin flew high into the air and fired a third dragon breath. The meteor hammer was quickly melted into molten iron by the magma. Ellen threw away the handle and took out his Viking axe, throwing it out. Then, holding his Viking sword, he waited for Blue Skin's second attack. Blue Skin circled high in the air, confirming its position, then descended rapidly and ascended again, as if it knew what its enemy was going to do. It looked at Ellen with mocking eyes. Ellen looked like a sentry now, holding his long sword high, just waiting to thrust it into its lower abdomen. This dragon is really smart, Glow sighed. He then suggested to Ellen, brother, when it comes down, you should try to ride it, tame it like a horse. That's too crazy. I wouldn't be stupid enough to ride it and then get thrown off. Ellen stared at Blue Skin in the sky. This dragon charged at him once again. But not from the ground, it was from the sky. It swooped down from the sky, intending to slam its nose horn hard against Ellen's body. In the blink of an eye, before the dragon could get close, Ellen struck its side with a meteor hammer. Man and dragon fought back and forth like this, circling each other endlessly. Ellen was growing weary, his body couldn't hold out much longer. Fighting a dragon consumed too much stamina. Especially when he was alone. Meanwhile, Blue Skin felt completely drained, it could no longer spit out another blast of dragon breath. This is my chance, Ellen thought to himself upon seeing this. Tenacious willpower forced him to stand up. Glow aimed his crossbow at Blue Skin. If his younger brother were injured, he would fire the bolt to kill Blue Skin. When Blue Skin returned to the ground, Ellen used a new meteor hammer to injure its leg. He seized the opportunity to jump onto its back, pinning its wings with his feet, and raised his Gronkle iron dagger, ready to plunge it deep into the large head between its eyes. His eyes were cold as he fought once again for his own honor. The feat of dragon slaying would be remembered by all. Blue Skin was resigned to death, it closed its eyes and waited for the end. God bless, Glow prayed for Ellen, as his brother had once again defeated the evil dragon. No. Ellen sheathed his dagger. Glow picked up his crossbow once more. Go on. You are a dragon warrior. You didn't eat our sheep, and I haven't seen you hurt anyone. I won't kill you today, but next time, I won't be so merciful. Ellen glanced at the arrow his brother held up and sincerely turned his back on that blue-skin Gronkle. Blue Skin stood up, limping, and roared at Ellen. Glow gripped the trigger, brow furrowed. If the dragon moved another step, he would fire. Blue Skin left. It didn't fly, instead, it limped away, heading toward the path to Loki Forest. God will be comforted by your kindness, Ellen, Glow said, immediately praising his brother. You know I don't believe in God. I only believe in Odin and Searcher. I let that dragon go because it helped me, and I couldn't just let it die like that. Even if I killed it, people wouldn't cheer, they would just habitually think that Ellen Folkbed is good at killing Gronkles. In time, they would say that Ellen Folkbed can't kill any other kind of dragon. Ellen explained his reasoning to his brother. He felt annoyed with himself for actually defending why he hadn't killed the dragon. This didn't feel like him at all. Perhaps dragons were transformed humans. He had seen something different in the eyes of both Gronkles. It was something only humans possessed. He had never seen such rich expression in a beast. Ellen thought to himself again, I've truly gone mad. This is absurd. He actually thought dragons were transformed humans. Soft-hearted. 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 The raven screeched, preening its chest feathers with its beak. Ellen grabbed it by the neck. I need to send you to old Mimir so I can have some roast raven. Don't hurt it, brother. Eating ravens is bad luck, Glow pleaded for the raven. Ellen threw the stinking bird aside. As usual, in his spare time, Ellen would spar with Gron, Rosa, and the others. He often saw Searcher and would have a bout with him as well. He didn't win every time. Searcher smashed his shield into Ellen's face, causing 2 lines of blood to flow from his nose, which made Ellen feel quite uncomfortable. By the next time, he would counterattack and win it back. Congratulations, my good brother. I have 2 pieces of good news. Which one do you want to hear? Gron arrived at the sheep pen and sat on a ram. Only a mute would talk like that. Ellen didn't want anyone playing games with him. You and I have both been selected for the dragon slaying squad. Second, your name is on the list for the raid mission in a few days, and I will be going with you. Gron excitedly twirled his twin axes. I can't wait. Ellen frowned. He didn't like being a pirate. I'd better sew an extra pocket. You'll get seasick, Gron continued, finishing his thought. Don't worry, we Vikings are born for naval warfare, you absolutely won't. Also, I'd really like to ask, when did your brother start keeping a Gronkle as a pet, and how are they so familiar with each other? Gron crossed his arms, his eyes filled with surprise. What are you talking about? Ellen raised an eyebrow. He turned to look, and a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. Glow, who had been at odds with it just the day before yesterday, was actually feeding blue-skin fish. And there was a basket of rocks prepared who knows when, which was even more startling. I thought you had tamed it like a horse. Looking at your expression, I know you haven't managed that. Glow sat down on the ground, looking at the 2 of them with a relaxed expression. Blue Skin's eyes were half closed, and it was nestled obediently by his side. But why? Ellen didn't understand. Yeah, you have to give us an explanation. But since this dragon is so quiet, I have to set aside my prejudice. I'm quite impressed with your brother this time, Gron said to Ellen with a smile. At first, when it came to the village, I used a harpoon to defend myself. Later, it didn't do anything, it just stayed at father's doorstep. No one noticed that. Then, I tried to communicate with it, while praying to God in my heart. Glow felt Blue Skin's rough, bumpy skin with his hand. I succeeded. It didn't hurt me. Although it got very angry when I rode it, I admit it can't be tamed like a horse. Ellen and Gron exchanged glances. They didn't understand how a dragon, a large reptile like a bear, could possibly allow anyone to get close. Ellen tentatively walked over. Wait, You don't actually want to. Although he found it unbelievable, Gron didn't stop Ellen's action. Ellen first patted its head. Blue Skin stood up instantly, and the stench coming from its mouth was hard for Ellen to bear. He hadn't noticed this when he fought it before. With Gron and Glow nearby watching, Ellen endured the stench and continued to test it. He extended his left hand, only to ensure his dominant right hand wouldn't be eaten. His right hand gripped his dagger behind his back. Blue Skin growled instantly, glaring angrily at Ellen's right arm. Ellen wrinkled his nose and gently released the hilt of the dagger. Blue Skin stared at the palm of his left hand and slowly approached. Ellen still felt a bit nervous and stepped back a few paces. Gron felt nervous for his brother. Blue Skin touched its nose horn directly to his palm. Ellen instinctively pulled his hand back, but then, on second thought, he placed his hand back onto Blue Skin's nose horn. The expression on the dragon's face became gentle and lazy, not like what an evil dragon should look like. Ellen touched Blue Skin all over, and the Gronkle didn't react at all. The raven screeched again. Dog. 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 It's not a dog, it's a dragon, a hot-tempered dragon. Am I right, Blue Skin? Ellen looked at it with the eyes of a kindred spirit. Blue Skin opened its mouth slightly, roared at Ellen, and looked at him with a provocative gaze. I know, you are a proud warrior. Ellen patted its dragon face gently. This is great. We don't have to risk going into Loki Forest to find dragons to train with. We have one right here, and we can study all of this dragon's weaknesses. Gron had reluctantly accepted this dragon that didn't cause destruction. Blue Skin suddenly knocked him to the ground, once again looking fierce. It seems to understand what you're saying. You'd better watch your tone, Gron. Ellen made a gesture to push Blue Skin away, and it immediately stepped aside. Is that so? Now I'm starting to hate it. Gron got up from the ground, his tone stubborn. That moment just now had made his heart jump out of his chest. It can train with us, provided no one finds out. Ellen tossed a stone into Blue Skin's mouth. The villagers don't listen to children, especially arrogant ones like us. If we get caught, how will you explain it to them? We'll become the target of everyone's anger. Gron's tone carried a hint of worry. Ellen thought for a moment, looked at Blue Skin, and said, then don't let them discover it. Village Square. Are you going to repeat what you said before? Gron looked at Blue Skin behind him. The people around them cast strange looks. Tag along. Ellen couldn't help but scold the blue Gronkle that had been following him. Didn't it know how much the villagers hated dragons? He couldn't help but recall what the raven had said. Like a hunting dog at home, give it a piece of meat and it'll happily stick by your side. He sighed, wondering how to explain this to the adults. Just then, an old man shrieked, a dragon has entered the village again. Someone come quick, capture that Gronkle. Immediately, people responded to the call, picking up weapons and aiming them at Blue Skin. Blue Skin bared its teeth, observing the movements around it. Whoa, whoa, I suggest you all wait a moment. Ellen shielded the dragon behind him. You'd better come up with a convincing reason. Gron whispered in his ear. Rosa pushed through the crowd, her eyes wide as she looked at Ellen and Gron. What on earth is happening? What are you doing? Kid, has your brain been addled by dragon fear? The old man shouted. It hasn't hurt anyone, let alone eaten fish or destroyed crops. Ellen defended it. The two of them held their shields up in front of the crowd. So, our dragon slayer has betrayed us and joined the ranks of the dragons. The old man questioned him. Pipe down, you old geezer. Gron cursed at him. Ellen frowned, looking at Blue Skin to soothe it. Don't worry, they won't kill you, and I hope you won't leave on your own. Otherwise, he might just see a dead dragon. Alright, don't you people have work to do? Get lost, it stinks here. Mimir waved his hand through the air, looking disgusted. As for this dragon, the chief will give you all an explanation. But, they. The old man wanted to say more but was cut off by Mimir. Enough, Muriel, I think you'd better look after your own sheep first. Mimir walked up to Ellen and Gron. What is going on with you two? What have you been hiding from me? Rosa couldn't help but ask them. It hadn't even been a day since the three of them parted. You too, Rosa. Mimir said to her. Rosa puffed out her cheeks in anger, crossed her arms, and stomped her feet impatiently. We need to have a serious talk about this. Mimir looked at the Gronkel between the two, his eyes calm and unruffled. He was a man who had weathered many storms. There was nothing he hadn't seen. Hey! Gron gave a bitter laugh and took a few steps back, letting Ellen do the explaining. Inside a house built of marble, a youth whispered into Searcher's ear. You mean to say that the fat dragon protecting him is now following him around like a dog? Searcher rubbed his fingers together. The youth nodded slightly. I want to know more. Upon hearing this, the youth hurried out of the stone house. Searcher turned toward the forest outside the window, his face pale with rage. Aha, so that's how it is. You'd better not let this dragon leave your side. Viking law doesn't have a rule on how to protect dragons, and I won't help you out of a jam a second time. Mimir listened to Ellen's account and continued, I will tell the chief about this, and he will give everyone an explanation. See you in the hall tonight. Let's go, Blue Skin. Ellen turned and left with the Gronkel. The secret training was ruined. Valhalla had never been so lively. Having heard of Ellen's deeds, everyone crowded into the main hall to witness the chief's judgment. On the platform, on one side was Ellen Folkbed, and on the other was Lomond Searcher Ferhari. Old Mimir and a group of elders sat in the front row. In a shadowy corner, Searcher's slave, cloaked in a gray robe, watched Ellen with cold eyes. Quiet, quiet, quiet. Lomond smashed his hammer down, shattering the table. His manic expression made the gossiping Vikings fall silent. Then he glanced at Mimir. Mimir understood and told everyone what he knew. Ellen, tell me your thoughts. Lomond sat in his chair and asked Ellen first. I guarantee in the name of my family, my lord, that this Gronkel will not destroy the village, will not hurt anyone, and will be loyal to you, serving you, willing to do anything for you. Ellen said to him, following his father's instructions. Your guarantee is a lie. Everyone knows dragons destroy everything. Someone protested. That's right, what does a brat like him know? We should kill this dragon. Lomond turned his gaze back to Ellen. Ellen looked at the crowded Valhalla, swallowed hard, and glanced at the indifferent Blue Skin. Blue Skin, fly. Blue Skin heard him and flew up as Ellen had said. The crowd was shocked. No one had brought weapons here. Some even prepared to flee. Blue Skin, land, come to my side. Ellen reached out his hand just like the first time, and Blue Skin's snout leaned involuntarily. Lomond's eyes flickered for a moment, and the next second, he spoke again. Kid, it seems this dragon listens to you well. So, does everyone else still think this rock-eating Gronkel, which has done no evil, deserves to die? It deserves to die. It stole my fish and used its dragon breath to kill my daughter. Someone else pointed at Blue Skin. How come I didn't know that? Don't you not even have a wife? Wait, that didn't come out right. Another person laughed awkwardly and shrank back. He was in favor of killing the dragon. Lomond looked at Blue Skin, then at the quiet people below. Raise your hand if you support keeping this blue Gronkel. We will grant it the right to survive in the tribe. Old Mimir was the first to raise his hand. Rosa also raised her hand. The people who hadn't known what the chief meant one by one raised their hands, and those who were unwilling were forced to raise theirs. The chief has made a wrong decision. Muriel shook his head in disappointment. Ellen leaned down and joked with Blue Skin, I thought we were going to be wanderers on Stone Island. Ellen Folkbed. Hearing Lomond's call, Ellen stood up. I am here, my lord. If your dragon destroys the village, if anyone is hurt, if it steals food, or if you use the dragon for anything, I have the right to judge you. Never forget that. Lomond walked up to Ellen and patted his shoulder with his large hand. It made Ellen wince in pain. It was like a jagged rock falling onto his shoulder from a great height. When it was all over, Rosa put her hands on her hips and angrily asked Ellen and Gron, you two need to explain this dragon thing to me properly. A choice granted to me by Odin, Rosa, this is fate's arrangement. Ellen smiled meaningfully at her. Returning to the family, Glow had originally prepared to arrange for Blue Skin to stay in the sheep pen. His mother, however, hoped it would just stay outside, preferably not near the village. However, Blue Skin returned to Loki Forest. When Ellen found it, it was staying in a clearing with rocks. The soldiers told them that apart from animals, there was no trace of dragons in the forest. This was likely the only Gronkle left on Volcano Island. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching my video. Please like and share it. Welcome to my channel. In my channel you can watch various type of fiction and fantasy audiobook. If you want more video like this, please subscribe my channel.
How to Train Your Dragon. The Dragons Submit to Me. Part 2. Searcher pulled aside the curtain made of strung together bones. Passing through a thick fog, he looked toward the old woman with braided hair. You have come, the only son of the chieftain. Great Volva, I wish to know, what guidance will the gods give me in the future? In the dark room, a terrible terror, huddled in a cage, took the opportunity to spit a stream of fire, lighting a white candle. The gods tell me that you will become the future chieftain, and everyone will submit, including your enemies. Volva had coal ash smeared under her eyes, she was draped in dragon skin, her gaze cold. Ellen Folkbed, will he pose a threat to me? Searcher stared into her eyes. Volva feigned a mysterious air, closing her eyes, and a few bones fell from her sleeves. I hear the Norns whispering, your only threat comes from things in the sky. What are you afraid of, my prince? Half of Volva's face was illuminated by the candle. I am not afraid, Searcher said, gritting his teeth. The gods will guide your path in the forest, warrior. Volva's eyes seemed to see through everything. Searcher's chest heaved as he continued to ask, will I die? And where? We will all go to Muspelheim to meet Searcher, though you will go much later, to bathe in volcanic lava. That is not the answer I wanted. Following custom, Searcher licked the salt off her hand and left in a huff. My lord, I think I need to have a serious talk with you. Muriel arrived at the chieftain's house and walked in, leaning on his cane. What fool kid stole your vegetables again? You should go find his parents and use that stick of yours to deal with it. Lomond really did not want to see this old man. Muriel's opposition in the hall had made him very unhappy. Drago Bloodfist. What did you say? Lomond's eyes turned fierce. Do not forget that guy. He killed Losmonto and controls dragons, just like that kid. Once he learns to control all dragons like Drago, guess what will happen? Everyone will crawl at his feet. Muriel felt a surge of joy as he spoke eloquently. He is still just a child. Lomond's wife walked out of the bedroom. Lady Gudrun, you seem to have forgotten how dragons hurt you. Muriel glanced at her 4 missing fingers. Old man, how dare you offend my wife? The originally warm room instantly dropped to freezing. If this old man dared to say one more disrespectful word, Lomond would cut off his head with his sword. Forgive my intrusion, chieftain, but I must emphasize again, dragons will never do any good. After finishing, Muriel hurried out. Lomond's pupils reflected the flames in the fireplace. Some painful memories flooded into his mind. A letter arrived from Stoik of Berk. Chieftains of various tribes had encountered dragon attacks. The next chieftain of the Hellfire tribe successfully ascended to the throne, but within a few years, he declared rebellion and successfully seized power. Drago was a threat, he had always known that. For the past few years, he had been trying to tame dragons. But he had failed every time. His wife placed her hand on his shoulder. You surely aren't listening to his one-sided opinion, are you? That child can be put to good use by us, there is no need to kill him just like that. Precisely because of that, I kept him. Lomond held his wife's other, uninjured arm. Ellen's appearance had given him the key to making dragons submit once again. Winter was approaching. Scouts from the tribe sent word. They had received news from a sailor that the time for raiding was near. Ellen specifically prepared 2 meteor hammers, 3 dragon skin shields, a Viking sword, a Gronkle short sword, and a poleaxe. After learning that Lomond allowed him to bring Blue Skin on board, he and Blue Skin prayed to Odin at home before walking to the harbor. Glow held a Bible, chanting for his younger brother, though this behavior made their father very angry and he did not accept it. Look, since when can warriors bring animals on board? Searcher mocked from the deck. Upon hearing this, Blue Skin's fur stood on end, it bared its fangs, and magma flowed from between its teeth. Searcher's hands behind his back were soaked with sweat. He tried hard to suppress his fear, refusing to look at the dragon, and instead fixed his eyes on the raven on his shoulder. Hush. True warriors never care about idle gossip. Blue Skin, we fight for honor, not for others. Ellen led it onto the deck, and the young men instinctively cleared a path. Even if one had killed dragons, living alongside a living dragon always required some caution. Gron leaned against the mast, watching this scene with a smile. Ellen, make your dragon show them what dragon's fury is. I think someone lacks a clear understanding of themselves. Am I right, Gron? The captain glared at him. Gron immediately shut his mouth. You'd better not stir things up right now, they are all holding back anger. Ellen advised Gron. I really want to see Blue Skin unleash dragon's fury when we raid. By the way, should I tame a Gronkle too? Gron couldn't keep his mouth shut, looking down at the sleeping Gronkle. You should go sleep with it. Ellen didn't think there would be another dragon like that. There were 3 ships in this voyage, 2 carried experienced Viking warriors, and the last one, the one Ellen was on, was filled entirely with young men under 20. After the captain introduced himself and explained the precautions, they began to follow the other 2 ships along the route out to sea. On the deck, Ellen and Searcher clashed again. Gron lay on Blue Skin, watching the show. Just as they drew their swords to confront each other, the captain stopped them. If you 2 fools don't want to be thrown into the sea, put your weapons away immediately. This was one of the rules of being on board. Subsequently, the captain suddenly noticed a Viking in the crowd wearing a yakhorn helmet. Whose girl are you? He instantly picked out a girl with a horse-like face from the many faces. Rosa. Gron looked incredulous. When I get back, I'm going to tell your mother to discipline you properly. The captain pointed fiercely at Rosa. Rosa threatened him directly. If you dare do that, I will burn your house down at night. Ha, ha, ha ha ha. The captain gave a dry laugh, then waved his hand while laughing loudly. He wouldn't bicker with a little girl. All right, everyone, perk up. The captain's expression turned fierce again, and he said to Ellen, grab your shields and start rowing, the faster the better. If you don't want to be whipped, row faster. Searcher stood at the bow, looking into the distance. He only hoped that this way he could stay away from that blue-skinned Gronkle. As the horn of battle sounded, the captain immediately ordered all the Viking lads to steer the ship closer. The opponent was also a pirate ship, painted with the totem of an unknown tribe. How disappointing. I thought it would be a land battle. Gron moved his shoulders with some regret, his fighting spirit was high. Searcher raised his one-handed axe and shouted angrily, is it blood or glory? Everyone glared with wide eyes. Glory. 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 The captain found Ellen and said to him, now, tell your dragon to charge and burn their mast with fire. Ellen looked over, there was a group of people holding crossbows. His brows knitted tightly, and he did not move a single step. Are you disobeying orders? The captain noticed Ellen's hesitation and slowly approached him. Blue Skin suddenly woke up, jumped in front of Ellen, and let out a roar. Of course not, sir. This dragon has been sleeping almost all day. I was afraid it would fall into the sea, which would be a laughingstock, Ellen said, looking toward the pirate ship. If it isn't with me, it will definitely go berserk. The captain's face twitched slightly, then he said expressionlessly, very well, that counts as a reason. Keep your stupid dragon under control. Change course, Searcher ordered the rowers. He first had everyone use a shield wall to block the first volley of arrows, then used the catapults on the ship. Under the siege of the 3 ships, the pirate ship quickly became exhausted. The adults specifically left the raiding opportunity to the young ones. As soon as Searcher's ship pulled alongside, Ellen, with blue skin, charged up Valhalla. The others followed behind. Gron and a few close friends smeared dragon blood on their faces. The deck instantly became a river of blood, and Ellen's eyes were already blurred by the enemy's blood. Shouts and wails crossed in his ears. In a momentary trance, he saw Searcher chop off a pirate's head with one axe strike, letting it fall into the sea. What? Scared. Searcher looked him over teasingly. Ellen spat, stood on Blue Skin's back, and hacked wildly at the enemy's head. Rosa, Gron, Ellen, Searcher, and so on, these hot-blooded young fellows were surprisingly united in the melee. Sometimes they stood back to back, and sometimes they blocked sneak attacks for each other. This bloody battle lasted for only 1 hour. Pirate cabin. Your father will definitely be interested in this. The captain looked at the bound, black-bearded man below, then glanced at Searcher. The leader of the Berserker tribe, Oswald, why are you here? Searcher was confused. They were very far from that island, and they had no quarrel with each other. He might have been kidnapped. As far as I know, this pirate ship went to a village, looted it, and was on its way back. The captain ordered someone to tie Oswald up and take him onto the ship. And we just happened to know that. The corners of Searcher's mouth curled up slightly. I didn't expect there to be a prisoner. Since when did you become so kind-hearted? Ellen, resting against the dragon, looked up and teased Searcher. He then glanced at the captured Viking warrior. He knew from this battle just how much Searcher loved to kill. Perhaps only this could restore his self-esteem, which was so fragile it feared dragons. Ransom. I swear, this guy is definitely very rich, otherwise we wouldn't have left him alive. Rosa wiped the blood off her face and took off her helmet. That's right. We had a great harvest this time. Although we didn't go to a village, snatching food from other Viking pirates is definitely exciting. Gron was still very excited. He would get a share of the loot, whether it was gold, silver, jewelry, or something else he was interested in. In any case, the leader would let him choose. Ellen, however, didn't have much interest. He killed enemies purely for the sake of looting and maintaining honor, so that he could go to Valhalla under Odin's witness. The first thing I'll do when I get back is brush this dragon's teeth. Ellen placed his hands on Blue Skin's body. This guy was asleep again. Shouldn't it be picking out the loot? Gron reminded him. You're right. Ellen laughed. Who wouldn't want the things they risked their lives to seize? Don't tell my parents about today, or I'll never be allowed out of the door again. Rosa warned them. The two didn't speak, they looked at the captain simultaneously. Only the captain could decide this matter. On the deck, the prisoner looked at Ellen in surprise. You can actually live in peace with a dragon. It's truly surprising. I mean, this matter actually isn't that inconceivable. You still have the mood to chat with us. Aren't you berserkers all very crazy? Gron re-examined that amiable face, half covered by a black beard. I wish they were kind. Oswald smiled. Why would you say this isn't inconceivable? Ellen fell silent. Anyone who saw it would find it inconceivable, wouldn't they? Humans and dragons living in peace. We share the world with dragons, why can't we put down our prejudices? A dragon once saved me, and I was shocked, but now, I don't think there's anything surprising about it. Just like you and this Gronkle, I can feel the special relationship between you. Ha 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 ha. Gron and Rosa laughed heartily. The captain was even more dismissive. You must be brain damaged. Dragons and humans can never be friends. Ellen frowned and pondered. He also agreed with their thoughts. It is both friend and foe to me, but it cannot be completely called a friend. To him, only humans were qualified to be friends. Because human brains were smarter than any animals. No, child. When you have spent more time together, you will understand. The more familiar you are with dragons, the more you will know. Oswald looked at Ellen and Blue Skin meaningfully. Several hours later, the three ships docked at the port. The villagers in the tribe were preparing to welcome them. They saw the captain and his subordinates come ashore carrying sack after sack of loot and cheered wildly. Are those slaves? A child pointed at the captives being led off. Yes, we captured the leader of Berserker Island, Oswald, Searcher announced loudly. He enjoyed this feeling, everyone was focusing their gaze on him. Come again, you clumsy fatties. In a stone pit, Lomond was using a hammer to send a Gronkel flying. The remaining two charged over again. He knocked them to the ground, blow after blow. The originally cold weather became warm because of the dragon breath spewed by the Gronkel. This was his essential daily entertainment. A slave watched from the side. If the leader needed a weapon, he had to hand it over quickly. After these dragons completely collapsed and couldn't get up, Lomond had someone bring sheep and cod to feed them. Then he extended his palm, close to their snouts. Kneel to me, you stupid dragons. The giant-toothed dragon immediately bit at the rough, calloused palm. Lomond was well prepared and quickly withdrew his hand. So disobedient, fool-stinking dragons, I should just kill you. My lord, your son has returned with the sailors. They brought back loot and Oswald. A confidant rode a horse to the pit to report. That idiot Oswald. Lomond climbed out of the deep pit with both hands. We have confirmed it. There's no mistake, but something is wrong with his brain now. He is completely unlike his former irritable and ferocious self. This made Lomond laugh. Ha ha ha, that's truly interesting. Slaughter those dragons with their wings removed. I'll buy more next year. Now, we should go see that old friend. Lomond waved his hand to instruct the slave. Father. Before Searcher could continue, Lomond interrupted him. Tell me, how did you catch Oswald? Just as Searcher was about to speak, Lomond ordered his men again. Go, untie that old guy and treat him well. Don't let him starve to death. Searcher stopped talking. Go wash up, you stink to death. Don't let your mother see you like this. Lomond looked disgusted. The spoils of war were moved to the main hall of Valhalla. After a passionate speech by Lomond, 1/3 of the spoils were distributed to the experienced Viking warriors. Another third was handed over to Searcher and the young crew to divide among themselves. The final portion was carried away by Lomond's slaves. My lord, there is nothing here that I want. Could I decline your reward and instead have you forge me a meteor hammer made of Gronkel iron? Ellen stepped out and boldly made his request to Lomond. That kid deserves a weapon like that, Lomond. Bio sat to the side, slapping his thigh with a sharp sound. Are there any others who share this kid's idea? Lomond cast his gaze toward the crowd. It seems there are none. He scanned for a few seconds before looking at Ellen. Go find Mimir at the forge tomorrow. I believe our blacksmith will give you a good weapon. Thank you, my lord. Ellen retreated to the corner. Everyone, if there is nothing else, let the feast begin. Lomond finished speaking, stood up, and left the main hall. The captain followed him into the side hall. Why don't you return to your tribe? Ellen was a bit confused by Bio, who stayed here so often. He must be thinking about stealing our dragon cargo. Gron placed his new battle axe on the table to show it off, wiping it until it shone with a cloth. People like me are usually wanderers, hunting dragons everywhere with my brothers. It's rare to have time to go back. Besides, my hunting grounds are closest to here, and I can recruit talented people like you. Bio raised the corners of his mouth. I'm glad you returned in triumph, Ellen. I never agreed to board your ship, Bio. Ellen wanted to make this point clear. Fine, I heard you raised a Gronkel. Bio probed him. That dragon is indeed like a dog by my side sometimes, but I never intended to feed it. It has always found its own food. Occasionally my brother will prepare fish for it. I usually keep it just to have an opponent. Ellen said casually. That idea of yours is dangerous for humans, Ellen. You should kill it. But I admire people like you, being able to make a dragon submit to your side, you are one of a kind. Bio snapped his fingers at him. Perhaps you can use this dragon to achieve unexpected accomplishments. That is my business, and it's not up to an outsider like you to teach me what to do. Ellen did not like this dragon hunter at all. He was too self-righteous and too arrogant. Bio went on talking about his dragon hunting experiences. This reminds me of when I faced a thunderdrum and gutted it. Ellen left Gron there to listen, he wanted some quiet for a while. He ate yak jerky and long bread dipped in soup. Unexpectedly, someone else came over at this moment. Your Gronkle armbands, I have finished forging them, kid. Mimir piled a string of rings made of dragon bone onto the table and pushed them to Ellen. The raven used its beak to pick up one of them and put it around its neck. Ka. The outer edge of the armbands was engraved with the pattern of a Gronkle, and printed with the runic text of Ellen Folkbed. Ellen put them on both arms. Your craftsmanship is really not bad. This isn't my most perfect work. Mimir poured a cup of ale for Ellen. You turning a vicious dragon into a dog also surprised me. It suddenly reminded me of a man who shouldn't be remembered. Ellen watched him quietly, letting him continue. Have you heard of Drago Bloodfist? After his tribe was burned to the ground by dragons in his early years, he vowed revenge and to fight fear. He succeeded. He conquered those dragons in a certain way, which is similar to you and your giant-toothed dragon. Hearing this, Ellen immediately became interested. Is he still alive? Yes, he is still alive. Not only is he alive, he wants to conquer the world using those controlled dragons. Although some say he is actually more about dealing with the dragon race, everyone knows what he wants. During one of his conquests, he obtained a terrifying dragon. That dragon can make all dragons obey. Mimir silently observed the changes on Ellen's face. Ellen frowned, feeling a faint sense of unease. He controlled the Dragon King. A famous person like that should be renowned, but why haven't I heard of him? You must be joking, right? It is true. Mimir's expression was extremely serious. It's just that he hid away because there are many kings in Scandinavia looking for him. We actually don't want him alive, but if we don't want to be burned to nothing but ash, it's best to wait and see. After all, at a chieftain meeting, he once persuaded all the tribes to submit to him. The chieftains didn't take it seriously and laughed out loud on the spot. And the result? Everyone died, except for Stoik of Berk. I am not Drago Bloodfist, Mimir. I am Ellen Folkbed. Ellen slammed the table and stood up to say to the old man. His mind was not necessarily ignorant of these matters, even at only 15 years of age. His father, Glev, was a trusted aide of Lomond and one of the members of the rebellion at the time. Having been subtly influenced by him, he was quite sensitive to certain words and events. Ellen's words, both overtly and covertly, were telling Mimir that for the sake of family honor, he would never betray the royal family. You are right, you are Ellen Folkbed. But you are not suited for herding sheep or fishing. You should come to forge. When the dragon migration comes and you are idle, you must have a skilled craft to rely on. Mimir nodded, acknowledging this, and left without staying any longer. So, you also don't think that kid will be like Drago, cousin? In the side hall, the captain stood to one side, and Lomond stood with his hands crossed, looking at Mimir standing opposite him. Mimir, for now, I think so. We can tell Glev to let him come to me as an apprentice. There are no dragons on Volcano Island for him to train. We are not pushovers. How many dragons have we slaughtered over these years? Even if they are Drago's people, they won't gain any advantage. Hearing this, Lomond moved his eyes left and right, then smiled slightly. Not a bad idea. Let's do it that way. If that kid has any tricks for dragon training, write them down. Mimir casually picked up a leg of lamb. Dragons are monsters. I advise you best not to play with fire, cousin. Lomond dismissed the blacksmith and the captain, then called his son over. Do you have any thoughts lately? My only son. Lomond's voice was still as rough and casual as ever. Just not as intimidating as it was to others. Searcher drank a cup of mead first to hide his panic. I plan to go to Loki Forest tomorrow to find a dragon there. Perhaps I might even go out to sea to hunt dragons. I believe in you, my son. Your brother will also surely be proud of you on this undying battlefield. Lomond's mouth curled into a smile and then instantly dropped. I want the girl from Lance Island to marry you. You will surely be happy. Why? Searcher asked loudly. He suddenly realized he hadn't controlled his emotions well and immediately restrained himself. Lomond placed his index finger between his lips. Shish. We need their strength. They will provide me with ships and warriors to fight the Berserker tribe. It's a very cost-effective deal, and the girl doesn't look bad either. I am still considering whether to marry off your sisters to the leader of the bear tribe. And as for Ellen Folkbed, I can see that you and that kid have a grudge, but he is a person who values faith and will eventually bow to you. Searcher looked at his father's battle-hardened face, etched with several scars, and could not muster a single thought of rebellion. He could only agree, helpless and unwilling. When is that girl coming? I will send people over in the spring, and they will accept it. Do not let me waste that money and those hundreds of cattle and sheep for nothing. I have no face to ask for them back. Standing a palm's width apart, Searcher could feel his father's heavy breathing. He stood there waiting for his father to walk out, the tension in his heart unable to ease for a long time. The Glev family spent a quite comfortable few months during the winter. Blue skin was brought into the house by Ellen, and the warm hearth relied entirely on its dragon breath. When spring arrived, it flew back to Loki Forest, clinging to the rocks near the volcano to sleep. I announce that Ellen Folkbed has officially become a qualified Viking warrior. Lomond sat in the main seat and said to everyone present. Volva smeared the charcoal ash from her hands onto Ellen's forehead. The ceremony officially ended. You can finally be considered a little man now, but you are not yet a true man. Glev pinched Ellen's cheek. The hall door was opened again. The head of a monstrous nightmare was placed in the middle of the two rows of people. Searcher arrived in front of Lomond, carrying an axe with an expressionless face. I found it on the mountain. It thought it could deceive your eyes and steal gold and silver. What should I say? You did not follow my requirements. I told you to hunt dragons before winter arrived. But what was the result? Lomond walked down the steps and stood in front of Searcher again with a serious face. He hugged him tightly and then smiled. You killed a greedy monstrous nightmare. You are worthy of being my son. Viking hero. The crow on Ellen's shoulder shrieked. This is what a leader's heir should look like. Gron had to admit Searcher's strength, but his tone carried a hint of jealousy. I wonder if he can kill a Gronkel and show me. He will eventually become the leader, without a doubt. Glev patted his son's shoulder as a reminder. Ellen just shrugged his shoulders. He will not be the first Viking to hunt this big dragon. Yeah, we will go get one too. Gron grinned and bumped his fists together. The people in the hall gradually dispersed. Those who needed to work went to work, and those who needed to sleep went to bed. On Berserker Island, the young man opened a piece of parchment, and its content made his face look twisted and mocking. You mean to say the Hellfire tribe kidnapped my father and wants to issue a challenge to me? Ho 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 ho, this sounds truly ridiculous. Hee hee, respected King Dagur, I think so too. John forced a smile on the side. Where is he? Dagur used an imperious tone. Are you referring to Oswald? That island. Oh, it is Volcano Island. Of course I know that place, respected King Dagur. John offered a flurry of sycophantic smiles. You also help me convey a message. Say that we are willing to pay them the ransom, and I want to see my father in person. Dagur placed his hands on his shoulders, revealing a smile that felt extremely dangerous. Okay, I will do as you request. John nodded quickly and agreed. The first mate watched the departing John with a puzzled expression. I don't understand what you mean, why pay a ransom? We should just directly invade their island. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Dagur tore up the parchment and gave an evil smile. When we negotiate, you burn the village. I want to see how arrogant they will be then. I can't wait to see their miserable faces, ha 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 ha. Dagur waved his axe, his face looking ferocious and terrifying. The first mate silently stepped back a few paces. He had his helmet cut off last time, and this time he didn't want his head to fall. Can someone tell me what is going on now? Rosa observed Blue Skin's movements along with Ellen and the others. This blue-skinned Gronkel was rolling around in the grass. This scene is very familiar. Let me think. My uncle once said that these dragons' skin gets itchy, so they need grass to relieve the itch. Gron rubbed his chin. Rosa. Then why don't they rub against trees? Like this. I don't feel comfortable at all. After hearing this, Ellen tried it a few times. Maybe we should take off our clothes and lie in the grass. The crow laughed loudly. Ha, 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 fool, fool. The bird knows more than we do. Rosa crossed her arms and leaned against the tree, watching Ellen make a fool of himself. Believe me, dragons roll in the grass because their skin is itchy. Hunters all think so. Gron still believed that what his uncle said must be right. Ellen curled his lips. He might as well go over and find out for himself. When he arrived beside Blue Skin, several other Gronkles suddenly surrounded him, looking unfriendly. Gron, should I remind him that Gronkles usually gather together? I don't think it's necessary, he can handle it. Rosa smiled and just watched the show from the side. Thor, god of thunder. Ellen sighed silently, hoping Blue Skin could give him a hand. Roar. Blue Skin turned over and roared at its companions. These dragons immediately had thoughts of retreating and put away their magma drool. Hey, do you still need to relieve the itch? I can give you a hand. Ellen placed his hand on the bumpy dragon skin and rubbed it. Blue Skin was looking at him with dead fish eyes. It seems it's of no use. Ellen stopped his movements. He tried to pull up the grass on the ground to rub the rough and heavy dragon skin. Blue Skin turned its body. It was attracted by the smell of the grass, and its eyes became strange. I have only seen this expression on my mother's face, that is really strange. Seeing this scene, Rosa raised her eyebrows and complained. Hee hee, I have also seen it on my old man's face when I was only 7 years old. Actually, this is not strange at all. If it were strange, maybe that dragon would have already fallen in love with him. Gron's words made Rosa look disgusted. No, that's not right, it's not an itch problem. Ellen put down the grass, and Blue Skin no longer showed that dead movement, it lazily yawned and curled up there. Ellen looked towards the other Gronkles. These were all foreign dragons that Lomond bought from a merchant named Vigo. He rolled the grass into a ball and placed it in front of a Gronkle again. The Gronkles were immediately attracted. It's really strange, this thing seems to make the dragons unable to help themselves, unable to stop. Ellen later used this grass on a group of terrible terrors, and they all lay down comfortably. What is going on? Several people opened their eyes wide in curiosity. The truth will be revealed soon. Ellen said to them, and he continued to use his methods on the Gronkles, wrapping stones and fish with the grass, and letting one of the dragons eat it. That red-skinned Gronkle immediately rolled its eyes in comfort. Ellen touched its nose horn with his palm in the same way he treated Blue Skin. As a matter of course, this Gronkle fell at Ellen's feet. It was much more docile than Blue Skin. Oh, great searcher. Gron and Rosa stood there in a daze. Several other teenagers also felt it was shocking. This is a strange dragon. I will give you a name. Let's call you Bjorn. Maybe in the future, you can drive away wild beasts for us. Ellen suddenly had the idea that training it like a dog wouldn't be bad. What kind of grass is this? Go ask Volva, she will know. No, she doesn't know. This thing is called Dragana. Record this down. Ellen said to a Viking boy. In the hall of Valhalla, Lomond looked at the leader of the Berserker tribe, his gaze becoming increasingly indifferent, tinged with contempt. You have become cowardly. I wonder if your son has followed in your footsteps, Oswald. Abandoning the throne to pursue some bullshit dragon ideal. I am ashamed of you. Lomond cut a piece of raw meat and fed it into his mouth. My son has already taken on the responsibilities of the tribe. This war is meaningless, Lomond. Oswald's hands were bound by shackles. His voice was low and calm. Let's make a bet. Let's wager your son's head. I bet he will offer the money with both hands and then kneel, begging me to spare him. Of course, there is another possibility. When your soldiers land, we will drown them one by one. Perhaps a few will be chosen by Odin to go to Valhalla. If they die in battle on the island, sacrificing them to Searcher is also a good choice. At this point, a curve appeared on Lomond's lips. You will only see one thing, Lomond. You will pay the price. Oswald, I originally thought you would jump up and wave your axe like before, Then summon a thunder armor dragon to boost morale. Take this sentence as your last words. Lomond waved his hand, signaling the guards to take him away. My lord. The man walked up and whispered in his ear. The slave opened the box, which contained a pile of herbs. Lomond grabbed a handful, brought it to his nose to sniff, and shook his head with a smile. It's ridiculous. Let me see for myself how that brat uses this to turn a dragon into a fool. Roar. With several people witnessing, a Gronkle crawled from the iron cage into the dragon-slaying arena. The soldier holding the dragon up looked at the leader above with trembling legs. His throat gulped, and he forced himself to step forward. Dragon, listen to me. The Gronkle pulled a hideous, terrifying face to intimidate the opponent. The soldier placed the herbs in front of the Gronkle, subconsciously let go, and retreated a few steps. He pulled out an axe and shield from the weapon rack behind him to defend himself. Then he was burned alive on the spot by dragon breath. It seems I need to reconsider my trust in you. Lomond turned and left, as if he had made up his mind. This outcome was well within his expectations. But my men saw it very clearly. That brat definitely used some trick to make the dragon obey. I assure you, my lord. The man ran breathlessly behind the leader to explain. Enough, call Gleb to see me. I have things to ask him. Lomond waved his hand impatiently. He couldn't be bothered to pursue this issue further. He never had high expectations for taming these beasts anyway. He'd rather leave the time for government affairs. On Ellen's side, after becoming familiar enough with the Gronkle, they returned to the village to prepare for the next step of training. After all, people don't fight dragons every day. Although very few Vikings went out to sea to raid in this era. But unfortunately, they were among that small minority. Whether on the island or on the ship, they dealt mostly with humans. Dragons were just treated as a type of fierce prey. However, life is not always smooth sailing. A blue-skinned Gronkle accidentally broke into the village, purely out of gluttony. It first left a pile of dung on someone's roof, then tore a yak into shreds and swallowed it. This was discovered by a dragon hunter in the tribe, who killed it directly with a harpoon. Muriel stood in the square, pointing at the corpse and shouting, "Look, blue skin. It's blue skin, the dragon raised by that brat named Ellen Folkbed. We shouldn't be so indulgent, we should let Lomond pass judgment. I think you should wait a while, you blind old man." Gron accused him with dissatisfaction. No matter how much he disliked dragons, he didn't want his brother to be slandered. Ellen's blue skin was still in the Loki forest, with only a red follower tailing behind. Relying on this, Muriel wanted to guide the crowd to react. "Look, son of Gleb, what kind of contract has this demon from the underworld made with the dragon again? Wait until the day he uses the dragon to occupy the whole village, turn everyone into slaves, and usurp the throne." Ellen frowned, looking at the corpse of that blue Gronkle. It had long been riddled with holes, making it impossible to distinguish the difference between blue skin and this dragon. But there was still a way to verify it now, which was to bring the dragon over. But did he have the chance now? Many people surrounded them with weapons. Seeing the effect achieved, Muriel revealed a smug smile. "Although I don't know what happened in the village, I promise I will not stand idly by in this matter." Rosa took out a spiked wooden shield to block in front of the two. "You'd better move aside. We are going to bring Ellen to justice," someone said. "Kill that dragon first." Bjorn was scared. It had never seen so many people, and the sharp weapons made it timid. It lowered its body, retracted its short neck, and its round eyes were filled with panic. It actually knows how to be afraid too. The teenager following the three could not help but be surprised. In the impression of all the children, these dragons love to breathe fire, love to kill people, and love to eat cattle, sheep, and pigs. "In the name of Lomond, stop, all of you." The familiar voice made the people look back. Searcher brought his slaves and followers to the square, walking straight toward Ellen and the others. Observing the movements of that red Gronkle made him feel an inexplicable sense of comfort for some reason. What exactly is going on here? Searcher asked for the reason, pretending to be ignorant. Prince, Ellen's dragon exposed its true nature. According to Lomon's wishes, we should punish him. Muriel stood out and pointed at Folkbed with a withered finger. Searcher looked at the dragon corpse again. He walked around to observe carefully, then cast his gaze at Ellen. Is this your dragon? I firmly deny it. In the name of Odin, we only just met Blue Skin. It couldn't have come to the square so quickly, and done such filthy things. Ellen rambled on, wanting to clear his dragon's name. Searcher didn't want to hear nonsense. He raised his hand to stop him from continuing. In that case, let's end it here. There is no dragon in this world that is obedient, unless it's dead. Yes, the prince is right. We don't recognize this dragon. If someone frames us, they have to pay the price, even if it's an old guy. Gron was not going to let it go just like that. Ellen of course understood the implication. Under everyone's gaze, he slapped him directly across the face. The other teenagers looked at each other, revealing wicked smiles, and each went up and slapped him. Muriel was helpless. He glared at Searcher angrily. They are humiliating me. You must give an explanation, Prince. I can give you a sword to duel them, Muriel. Searcher pulled a sword from his attendant and threw it in front of the old man. Looking at the sword on the ground, Muriel tightened his grip on his cane and turned to leave angrily. What do you need me to do, Prince? Ellen emphasized the last word heavily. This was the first time he had used this title. He knew Searcher couldn't help him for no reason. In normal times, this guy would have already clamored to beat him until he couldn't get up. A bit of brains, but unfortunately still not as good as me. Searcher grinned. Rosa expressed helplessness at this and shook her head in disapproval. The two of them needed a quiet place. Ellen had Gron take the dragon away, and he and Searcher went to an empty, deserted area. Raise your sword. Searcher pointed his axe at his face. Let me see if you've been slacking off lately. I need to go back and herd sheep, Searcher. Ellen couldn't be bothered to argue with him. I am ordering you, Ellen Folkbed. This is no joke. Searcher wore an arrogant expression, as if he were the king of the world. Then kill me, Searcher. Ellen spread his arms. He thought to himself that this guy definitely wouldn't do it, unless his brain had been struck by Thor today. Searcher said mockingly, the time hasn't come yet, Ellen. I will make you fall at my feet. It's a pity, not now. Even if you beg me, it's useless. Wait until the day you can kill a Gronkle and bring it back before you say that. Ellen retorted mercilessly. This remark made Searcher's expression turn ugly. He quickly recovered. That is exactly why I am looking for you now. You cannot tell anyone about this. I am your king, and you must always remember that. Searcher put his hands on his hips. Ellen just raised an eyebrow. Yes, the future heir. I hope you won't die before your father because of a Gronkle. Searcher grabbed his collar, furious. Do not mention this again. Of course. Ellen smiled faintly. Searcher let out a breath of stale air and said, give me your dragon. Tell me, how did you approach it? How did you make it submit? Bjorn. No, the other pet. The one with the blue skin that loves to fight. Searcher had a deep impression of Blue Skin. It wasn't like other Gronkles, provoking and fighting everywhere. If it were a wild horse, he would have mounted it and tried to tame it. I want to point out that it is not a pet. It is just a dragon that has a connection with me. The word, comrade in arms, is very fitting. I often compete with it. Ellen emphasized. Now it's my turn to compete with it. Searcher lifted his head and chest confidently. Ellen thought to himself, let's hope so. Ever since Searcher's younger brother died, he had an indescribable fear of the Gronkle. Few Vikings could overcome the things they feared, even if they looked brave and fearless on the surface. Ellen fetched Blue Skin from the Loki forest and led it to the high ground on the island. Did you fall? Searcher asked, puzzled by the dust and scrapes on Ellen's body. Ellen looked at the mocking Blue Skin and said in a resentful tone, yes, that's right. I fell. I fell flat on my face. Blue Skin was no dog. Whenever the two met, one of them always had to go down. The number of times Ellen had fallen was too many to count. He had gone to great lengths to get blue skin here. Aren't you afraid of falling? I can't guarantee that if you die, Lomond won't come after me for trouble. Only when facing a desperate situation can one know how brave they are. Searcher took out a mace. Come on. I've found you a new opponent today. You'll like it. Ellen stepped aside. Blue Skin looked at the weapon in Searcher's hand and immediately felt provoked. Its pupils became needle-like, and its hind legs pawed at the ground to build up power. Searcher stared at its row of sharp teeth, suddenly feeling a wave of dizziness. In his mind, he already saw the image of himself being broken in two on the spot. No. In a daze, his palms were covered in sweat. I must fight, fight. Yes, that's it. Searcher's expression was panicked. Searcher is fearless, isn't he? Ellen really wanted to know if Searcher, who could kill a monstrous nightmare but was afraid of a Gronkle, could actually handle Blue Skin. In an instant, Blue Skin charged over. You have to dodge, Searcher. Ellen reminded him. Searcher just suddenly froze in place and was knocked away. Ellen finally caught him and pulled him up by grabbing his arm. Searcher just passed out on the grass like that. Hey, stop scaring this poor guy. Ellen shooed Blue Skin away and carried Searcher on his back to take him to Volva. You can go now, dragon riding boy. When Volva saw the unconscious Searcher, she knew what had happened. Her gaze made Ellen very uncomfortable. Ellen turned around, not looking at her. I don't ride dragons, old hag. Ouch. His head was hit by a bone. Ellen regretted provoking this witch. When Searcher woke up, Volva had specially prepared a wooden bowl, and all the vomit went into it. You had another nightmare, Prince. Volva brought over a foul-smelling potion. Where is that dragon-playing kid? He left. On the village side, his older brother told Ellen that their father wanted to see him. When he returned home, Gleb looked serious. What have you done? Father, I don't understand what you mean. Ellen looked at that horse face in confusion. He hadn't been playing with fire lately. It's about the dragon. I heard you tamed a second dragon. How did you do it? This can't count as taming. I just made it submit, using food to lure it, just like treating a hunting dog. Ellen confessed truthfully. Then try to tame a few more, and then find a way to ride them and control them. Gleb placed his hand on the back of Ellen's neck and pulled him closer. A great war between the Berserker tribe and the Hellfire tribe is inevitable. As long as we can utilize dragons, think about it, you will go down in history. I will do my best, father. Ellen nodded slightly. Gleb said to him, the Folkbed family is fearless. Many days passed in the blink of an eye. Ellen could feel that quite a few people were watching him. Life is unpredictable. Not all Gronkles were willing to be approached by his companions. News came from the village square again. Dagur of the Berserker tribe had brought his fleet. Lomond led his trusted followers to wait at the harbor. The watchtower had several crossbows aimed at Dagur's flagship. When they docked, a subordinate read out the titles. Now, welcome our supreme leader of the Berserker tribe, the Skull Crusher King, the King of Beast Slayers, the great and terrifying Dagur. Dagur the deranged. Dagur spat and showed his sinister face to the people below. Lomond's lips curled downward. He had never seen anyone more arrogant than him. All right, tell me, where is my father who sits at the same table as cowards? Dagur threw a throwing knife that flew over Searcher's shoulder and pinned into a wooden post. I am very lucky that my son is not so stupid. Lomond stood there and retorted. Searcher was just about to pull out his axe when his father pressed it back down. Dagur, I think you'd better be very clear about why you are here. To take your father's life, or for war. Lomond would not let him provoke them so brazenly. Dagur ignored him and just laughed wildly. War. Ha 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 ha, you really know how to joke, Lomond. Now, I want to see my father, and then we can discuss the price. Dagur put away his smile, looking expressionless. Blue veins bulged on Lomond's head. First, he had to get the gold. He thought to himself. The two leaders passed by the village square and happened to be noticed by Ellen and the others. That son of Oswald from the Berserker tribe, I thought he would be a bit sturdier. Is he malnourished? Gron joked to the people around him. Rosa. Maybe he's adopted. Whatever he is, today he must bring out the gold for his old man. Ellen didn't care what kind of person Dagur was, he only wanted to prepare for the coming war. Let's see how much ransom you've prepared to trade for your father, Dagur. Surrounded by armored soldiers, Lomond stared fixedly at the other party. Ransom. Ransom, ransom. Yes, that's right, I'll give it to you, but it seems you have a problem with your ears. Do I need to remind you again? My father, where did he go? Or are you lying to me? Dagur's axe blade embedded into the table, and he grinned, his face ferocious. The soldiers of the Hellfire tribe quickly drew their weapons. Lomond signaled his men to stand down and said, Oswald is right here, he is just resting. I still need to know, have you really brought the gold? The first mate slammed the chest heavily onto the table. Dagur smiled without warmth. Is that enough now? You will see him. Lomond's tone was flat. The confidant took people out, but returned not long after, whispering hurriedly into the leader's ear. Lomond looked at his confidant with a surprised expression. That cowardly Oswald was gone. Seeing this, Dagur spoke up. Tell me, you aren't going to tell me that my father has mysteriously disappeared, are you? Or is this something you did on purpose? He is certainly here, and I will take you to see him, but you must leave the chest behind. Lomond tapped the table with his index finger. Outside, ships marked with the Berserker tribe insignia were docking on the beach one after another. The helmeted Berserkers, holding iron swords, crept into the forest. The patrolling soldiers had their throats slit before they could even react, their blood soaking the grass as they continued forward. A team pulled back their bowstrings, aiming at the backsides of those gronkles. Ellen, in the training ground, looked back toward the forest and, caught off guard, was pinned to the ground by Rosa's shield. You actually dared to space out. Rosa pinned him underneath her. Did you hear that? I only hear a loser whispering their last words, attempting to turn the tables. It's the dragon snoring, I hear it every day. Gron pointed at Bjorn. It's not his. I have a bad feeling. Let's pause the training, we need to go to the village and check. After finishing, Ellen turned and woke up Bjorn. Upon hearing this, the youths all grabbed their weapons and followed behind. Today was a special day, and they had to act with caution. The experience passed down by their fathers told them to never let their weapons leave their side. You're overthinking it. Gron observed the surroundings. Everything was calm, no different from usual. No, this is different. It's too quiet, which actually makes me uneasy. Ellen's brows furrowed together. Just a moment ago, he heard a dragon's roar in the forest. Not just one dragon, but many. They were angry, but he didn't know what they were angry about. The crow on his shoulder shrieked. Warning, warning, warning. I don't think that will be necessary, sir. The first mate pushed the door open, walked up to Dagur, and said to Lomond, I went to the cell and other places, but only found broken locks and fallen men. I have no news of your father. What did you have your men do? Lomond could no longer contain his anger. He shouted, questioning Dagur. That's what I should be asking you. Dagur raised his axe. Then let's talk with our fists. Lomond had a rough idea in his heart that the brat in front of him might have already let the person go. Coming here to negotiate was purely to stall for time. Just what I wanted. Dagur jumped onto the table, brandishing his battle axe. Searcher also raised his axe to block the strike for his father. How does a fool like you deserve to be a leader? You'll find out soon enough. Dagur didn't waste words with him. He let out a howl and launched a fierce battle in the hall with his accompanying soldiers. A Gronkel suddenly burst in from outside, running wildly, knocking the servants helter-skelter. The dragon breath scorched the stone pillars black. The village began to get chaotic, with many people shouting that the dragons were attacking and that enemies had invaded. Lomond gritted his teeth. He kicked Dagur down and said to his son, Take men to support the village, now, go immediately, don't disappoint me. Searcher glared hatefully at Dagur, who was getting up to fight again, and immediately ran out. He saw Ellen and the others, along with the villagers, taking up weapons to fight against the flying gronkles and the berserkers. Everyone, follow me. Your leader needs you, Searcher shouted. Upon hearing this, the assembled berserkers immediately rushed toward the hall. Seeing this, the berserkers also rushed in to protect Dagur, and the two armies clashed in a chaotic melee. Your father and Dager's negotiation fell through. Ellen said to Searcher. He's a madman, he's deceiving us, he never intended to pay the ransom. You must lead men to control those gronkles. I'm going to deal with the berserker tribe people. Don't disappoint me, Ellen Folkbed. Searcher pulled a poison pouch from his waist and smeared snake venom on his axe blade. Gron, Rosa, Yolan, let's go, grab the bolus and ropes. Ellen turned and drew his Gronkle iron short sword. What's your plan? Gron asked him. Those dragons will definitely hold a grudge against those who disturb them, right? Let's play the good guys for once and give those dragons a hand. Ellen gestured to Bjorn. Bjorn flapped his wings, flying high into the sky, and called out to his companions. What did you do? Rosa asked with a hint of curiosity and a trace of surprise in her eyes. You can go see my uncle's hunting dog, that's how he plays with the dogs. Gron explained while throwing a bola, hitting a flying gronkle. As they spoke, several blasts of dragon breath descended from the sky. Everyone scattered. Don't bunch up. Use whatever strength you have to lead the dragons toward the enemy. Ellen used his meteor hammer to knock down a berserker warrior. Gron, what if the dragons attack us? Then kill it. Ellen swung his meteor hammer, signaling Bjorn to help the villagers deal with the berserkers. The fighting continued until nightfall. Everyone only saw Dagur come out of the hall, but they did not see Lomond. The morale of the Hellfire tribe dropped instantly. Only Searcher raised his arm. Hellfire knows no fear. For Searcher, fight. At least the prince was still there. Relying on Searcher's prestige, the warriors launched an attack on the enemy once again. Before Dagur could get close to Searcher, he was blocked by Hellfire warriors, and he had no choice but to rally his men to continue the melee. Over at Ellen's side, he was surrounded by a group of berserker warriors. He was outnumbered. He was covered in wounds. Gron and the others were unable to save him, as those manic gronkles were not easy to deal with. Even though some dragons were attacking their enemies, they would also attack them as well. Meanwhile, Bjorn was bound by the berserkers with bolas. During the fighting, Searcher turned and led men back into the hall. Besides seeing the warriors of both sides, there was a gronkle that let out a roar at him, spraying dragon breath from its mouth. Searcher's hair stood on end, he gritted his teeth, his pupils trembling. Facing the gronkle, he tightened his grip on his poleaxe. Searcher. Reciting the god's name, Searcher's face trembled uncontrollably with the stirred emotions in his heart. The gronkle before him would not give him any time to hesitate. True to the nature of its kind, it charged at Searcher with its nasal horn. Searcher dodged instinctively, and the gronkle slammed into a pillar. It shook its head, turned around, and bared its teeth at Searcher. Searcher could hear his own heartbeat, his younger brother's screams, and the soldiers' battle cries. He had to get over there, he had to find his father. The tribe needed a backbone. For Searcher. Searcher charged forward, dodged the gronkle's dragon breath, and swung his poison-tipped axe at the beast's neck. The dragon died right there at Searcher's feet. He quickly rejoined the battlefield, using his axe to carve out a path and pushing his way through. Roar. With a dragon's roar, the blue-skinned gronkle descended from the sky, spinning 360 degrees and using its tail hammer to knock away every berserker surrounding Ellen. Ellen forced himself to stand straight. He would never fall, especially not in front of a dragon. Blue Skin came to his side, rubbed its nasal horn against his leg, and bared its teeth at the enemies, intimidating the berserkers that tried to approach. What am I seeing? A dragon? Are you with a dragon? Dagur noticed this strange scene and suddenly became interested in this inconspicuous boy. Today, I will use dragon blood to pay tribute to my father and your tribe. Hellfire knows no fear. Ellen stared coldly, struggling to swing his meteor hammer with his exhausted arms. Become a ghost under my axe, boy, and your dragon too, ha 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 ha. Dagur laughed wickedly. The moment the axe struck, it was embedded into a shield. Don't you dare get cocky. Rosa knelt on one knee. Blue Skin fired a fireball from its mouth, and Dagur immediately retreated. You don't think I'm alone, do you? The Berserker warriors teamed up to lock Blue Skin down with iron chains. In your dreams. Ellen smashed his meteor hammer onto the iron locks. He threw a dagger hidden in his sleeve and picked up a Gronkle short sword to cut the binding chains. Fly up to the sky. You shouldn't be involved in our battle. Ellen couldn't bear to see it killed by the enemy. You're actually worried about this dragon at a time like this. Rosa rolled her eyes. She picked up her axe and stood beside Ellen. I just want it to live a little longer to give me some more fun, and to make sure the berserkers don't take a single dragon skin. Ellen defended himself desperately as he threw his meteor hammer, hitting an enemy right in the face. Since you two have time for a date, why don't you buy me a drink, huh? Gron looked at them, looking disheveled. You'd better watch your tongue. Rosa narrowed her eyes, her tone threatening. Blue Skin did not fly away immediately, it used its massive body to crush a berserker warrior. It continued to stay by Ellen's side. In the Great Hall, all the berserkers had been wiped out by the berserkers. Searcher looked at the fallen Lomond in disbelief. His father was a man who could kill 3 Gronkles in one breath and send a monstrous nightmare flying with a single punch. Why did he die just like that? A large chunk of flesh had been bitten off Lomond's torso by a dragon, his face was split in two by an axe, and there were several bloody holes in his body. Several of the enemy's swords were still stuck in his body. He has gone to Valhalla. Mimir's expression was calm, having known this day would come. Your father was honorable. Even though Searcher felt awe, fear, and even some anger toward his father, and felt a sense of relief after his death, he couldn't help but feel sorrow that his father had left like this. He didn't know how to be a good leader. Would those warriors and villagers listen to him? Gron looked at the fighting Blue Skin and suggested to Ellen, you should try riding on this dragon, just like riding a horse. That's the only way we have a chance of winning. Are you crazy? Rosa looked surprised. No one rides dragons, it's ridiculous because dragons cannot be controlled by humans. Who knows what kind of bad luck that might bring? We have no other choice, Ellen. Gron placed his hands on his brother's shoulders, looking extremely serious. Ellen silently extended his palm toward Blue Skin again. My friend, are you willing to fight by my side? To enter Valhalla together and meet Odin. Blue Skin didn't say anything, it used its head to nudge him up to its neck. It seems you agree. Ellen stroked Blue Skin's head and picked up the meteor hammer from the ground again. Come on, fight. Ellen swung the meteor hammer with great force, shouting continuously. What kind of joke is this? Dagur looked up in shock. His entire face burned with rage, and he immediately took out a crossbow from his back. Ellen threw a flying knife, causing Dagur's crossbow to fall to the ground, and then immediately gave the command to Blue Skin, fire. Watch out, leader. A berserker warrior tackled Dagur out of the way. Just then, a voice suddenly emerged from the chaos, we must avenge the late leader Lomond. Don't let him leave alive. Searcher had awakened from his grief and picked up the ruby-encrusted Viking sword that his father always kept by his side. As he raised the sword above his head, Lomond's trusted followers followed behind him. Together, they charged toward the Berserker tribe's soldiers. Because Ellen was fighting while riding the dragon, the intense magma projectiles caused the Berserkers to collapse, their combat power waning. Dagur gritted his teeth and glared helplessly at Ellen, who was riding the dragon. Only then did he unwillingly say to his subordinates, Lomond has already paid the price for my father. We are retreating. The Berserkers followed the order to retreat, hurriedly jumping onto their ships and sailing away. Seeing this, Ellen was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He looked at the ruins in the village and was just about to say something to Blue Skin when he suddenly saw a sharp sword pointed at Searcher's back. Ellen swung his arm and threw the meteor hammer. The person attempting the sneak attack was caught off guard. Their head was immediately cracked open, bleeding, and they fell to the ground screaming. Ellen signaled Blue Skin to fly over and finish him off with a short sword. Searcher was still confused, but Mimir explained, "He just saved your life. It was Slonid Ferhari, your uncle. What a wonderful show. It's a pity that things are far from over. I mean, some people seem to have taken the wrong medicine today." Gron whispered in Rose's ear, while he gripped his weapon, staring intently at the group of berserkers wearing dragon and bear skins. As a royal family, every branch of the bloodline has its followers. They follow the leader, but also follow certain family members with considerable prestige. What do you mean by this? Are you trying to rebel? Searcher sensed that the atmosphere was wrong. Many berserkers had surrounded them. He forced himself to stay calm and questioned them in the tone a leader should have. It's not a rebellion, Searcher. Your father didn't think highly of you when he was alive, and it's the same now. No one will choose someone who fears a Gronkle as a leader. Another member of the Ferhari family stepped forward. And no one will choose you either. Searcher roared angrily. Do you really think so? Rotner laughed mockingly. The surrounding berserkers watched coldly. I, Mimir Ferhari, swear to Searcher, the fire giant. I bear witness that Searcher killed a Gronkle with his own hands in the Great Hall. He did it to avenge his father. Mimir spoke up, hoping these words would bring the loyalty of some berserkers. Do you think I'll believe that? You old fossil. Rotner sneered and led his men closer. Blue Skin, warm everyone up. When Ellen said this expressionlessly, the Gronkle spat lava from its massive maw, forcing the others to retreat. Rotner's expression was cold. You intend to use dragons against Vikings, Searcher. This does not fit our style. I am the son of Lomond, remember. You are usurping power. Searcher pointed his axe at him. I swear, after you die, you will not enter the undying battlefield. You will only go to the underworld to serve as a slave to Hela. Rotner beckoned, and the berserkers swarmed forward. In this battle, almost the entire Folkbed family and a few loyal family representatives fought for Searcher. The battle ended quickly. Ellen summoned Blue Skin and Bjorn to kill the defiant berserkers. 2 shots of dragon breath soared straight into the gray sky and burst, blooming like a flower of blood. The Volva walked out from the crowd, holding a bone staff as she approached Searcher. She traced a rune on the prince's forehead with a thumb stained in dragon blood. My king, I welcome your arrival. The witch bowed slightly, looking at Searcher with deep, profound eyes. The villagers simultaneously performed a gesture of loyalty to Searcher. Only Ellen Folkbed, holding his meteor hammer, said, My knees are stiff right now, please forgive me for being unable to kneel. He drew his short sword and raised it high. Long live Searcher. The Gronkles on both sides roared simultaneously. He is simply too cool, Gron said to Rosa, who was standing nearby. Yeah, he'd better be able to keep his head, Rosa pouted, feeling a bit jealous inside. Ellen had now become a celebrity in the village. When Searcher returned to the hall, his mother was kneeling beside his father, her face full of grief. You should organize the men to rebuild the village and hold your father's funeral, Jarl. Following Mimir's advice, Searcher put aside his melancholy emotions. He allowed Ellen to stand with him by the sea, lighting the fire arrows to bid farewell to the peacefully departed Lomond. Under the throne of Searcher, the great fire giant offers wine and meat, bestowing blessings in Midgard. What I have seen, what I have known, my ancestors, pick up your weapons and eternally guard the battlefield of Muspelheim, carry bravery and fearlessness to the end, cross the wall of fire, attain holy glory. Father whispers in my dreams, telling me to always be strong. We will gather again on the battlefield for great glory. The raven preened its feathers, flew to the bow of the ship, and only returned to Ellen's shoulder after the flames had burned out. Daylight, a new day arrived. Deep in the Loki forest, Ellen extended his palm, and the Gronkle closed its eyes, voluntarily leaning its nose horn against him. This feels really strange, Searcher said, looking disgusted. Did you see that? Leader, this is how dragons are tamed. But I still have to remind you, people's attitude toward dragons isn't great, especially after last night's experience. Those gronkles made them very angry. Your father is gone, and you have to clean up this mess. Ellen casually tossed a stone into the dragon's mouth. You should just call me Searcher. I will inherit everything of my father's. Tell me, why don't you try to tame a monstrous nightmare, a deadly natter, or something? Searcher asked him tentatively. Do you know about roasted lamb? You put the meat over the fire to roast it. Ellen looked speechless. Fine, maybe I should try to listen to your advice. But first, I need a gronkle, and then I want everyone loyal to me to ride dragons. Searcher approached a gronkle, wanting to do something, but was roared back. Truly untamable. You carry a scent that makes dragons feel threatened. Ellen looked over his attire. A monstrous nightmare dragon skin cloak, a poisoned battle axe, a mace, a dragon bone dagger, and so on and so forth. Searcher. Then what about you? Ellen took a small knife from his sleeve and sharpened it against the thick dragon skin. Look, this isn't a threat to them. I neither carry a Viking sword nor a meteor hammer. The reason he disregarded his own safety was entirely because he trusted that Blue Skin and Bjorn would appear to protect him, which was why he was so fearless. Ellen did not tell Searcher this. You really are an expert. Searcher nodded slightly. What do you think of my proposal? Upon hearing this, Ellen frowned. I can't make all those dragons willing to be ridden. Then find a way. Besides, no one wants to ride a dragon. They breathe fire and drool lava. Who knows if they'll go crazy? Even a horse will kick people. Ellen said helplessly. Searcher stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes silent. Actually, I really want you to go to Burke and find that Hiccup. Hiccup. Ellen felt like he had heard that name somewhere. Legend has it that the kid is a dragon training expert, but it's ultimately alarmist talk. I still don't want to let you take the risk. Searcher looked at Ellen's angular, horse-like face with the eyes of an observer, intending to make something else out of it. Yeah, I also think it might just be some Viking kid who accidentally ended up on a dragon's back, just a rumor spread around. Ellen said casually. You need to become a true dragon training expert and let the whole village know of your capabilities, my brother. Searcher turned his head and said meaningfully. After a while, Ellen prepared to respond. You should ask for their opinion. Hiccup. Ha 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 ha, are you telling us a joke? In the training ground, Gron laughed until he held his stomach. Rosa was tending to her shield and glanced at Ellen. Who did you hear that from? Some guy whose mouth is stuck to his ass. I actually really want to know, too. Ellen looked at them expressionlessly. Alright, since Searcher made you the instructor, and we already know enough about gronkles, tell us how to work with this group of fat dragons to defeat our enemies. Gron slapped his thigh and snapped his fingers at him. Bjorn got up and growled at him. I said it, so what? Don't tell me you can actually understand human speech. Gron boldly admitted. Blue Skin flew and tackled him to the ground. Oh. When he got up, the two dragons rammed into him back and forth. Write this down. Dragons can understand human speech. Ellen said to his attendant boy. Rosa punched the air. Yes, that's it. Teach him a lesson. Everyone was watching with the attitude of spectators, and after they got bored, Ellen finally let the two gronkles stop. Gron was beaten black and blue. He lay on the ground, panting. You all better remember this, it won't end just like this. Whoa, Folkbed, your father is going to spank you. Rosa whistled at Ellen. He will never spank me, Rosa. Ellen turned to look at Gleb, who was walking over. What is it, father? Ellen stepped forward to ask. We need to talk about the new leader. Gleb looked solemn. What? On the grassy plain, Gleb said to Ellen. We obtained a portion of property from the Berserkers, and the leader wants you to do something for him. The Dragon Rider Legion. You only got half of it right. Many people refused to vote to let dragons integrate into the village. Honestly, I don't want this to happen either, but he offered too much. He wants me to tell you to take people to that island where dragons are everywhere, to find a way to ride dragons. Father, you know, I'm not a circus animal tamer. Of course, everything depends on you, my son. Follow Searcher's arrangements and try to tame all those ferocious dragons for him, or offend the Ferhari family. Ellen knew this concerned the fate of the Folkbed family. He had no choice but to accept. Going to Dragon Island to face a massive swarm of fire-breathing beasts. Thank Odin that I met you both. At least I won't be alone, Ellen said to Blueskin and Bjorn beside him. With a sigh, he arrived at the chieftain's house. How long do you intend to exile me? Ellen asked Searcher, who was sitting in a chair, half-jokingly. Beside Searcher stood a few of Lomon's confidants, trainer Olaf, and his mother. That was not my intention. Volva told me you could help me. How about it? Would you like some mead? Searcher gestured with his hand in invitation. Ellen did not stand on ceremony. He downed the drink in one gulp and slammed the cup onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. Seeing this, Searcher smiled. In the past, if someone had said that a human could command dragons, I would have thought it was madness. But times have changed. Humans taming dragons, Dragon Rider, you're the first in Viking history, Ellen Folkbed. If people can ride horses, they can ride cows and sheep. Riding dragons is the same. Olaf unfolded a sheepskin map to show him. Stone Island. Ellen raised an eyebrow. Searcher crossed his arms. There are many Gronkle and other dragons there. It's very advantageous for you, isn't it? Prepare a funeral for me. Ellen neither refused nor agreed. He playfully cursed the chieftain. Ellen, you're 15 now, aren't you? Every child who comes of age should have a beautiful wife, Searcher's mother, Gudrun, said with a smile. A girl with a petite face and emerald eyes walked out from the corner. She stood shyly to the side and nodded at Ellen. Morrible, my sister. Is she beautiful? If you can help me handle those dragons and let us ride them, you can come with me to conquer this archipelago. The villagers will be even prouder of you, Searcher said in a soft tone. But Ellen could hear the excitement inside him. This was, after all, an unrealistic fantasy. Folkbed thought to himself. Give me a ship. Ellen was not interested in Searcher's sisters. He would rather marry Rosa than Morrible. I will send one more person with you. Furthermore, if you encounter any wanderers there, try to make them fight for me. That is the main task of your journey, Searcher said. Ellen helplessly replied, as you command, my Jarl. After he left, Searcher's eyes were deep as he stared at the closed door for a long time. A person who could ride dragons and held such prestige posed a significant threat to him within the tribe. He could not keep Ellen here. Even though Ellen had helped him. You threw him over there, aren't you afraid he'll betray you? You should have found someone else, Gudrun suggested. It would be best if he never returned, Searcher said with a complex expression. If he could return, it would prove he had tamed the dragons, and he could become an asset. If he could not return, it would eliminate a major threat. Prepare for the wedding, your bride will be arriving on the island soon, Gudrun reminded Searcher. I understand, mother, Searcher said, rubbing his forehead with a troubled look. If he did not want another war, he had to agree to this marriage alliance. Ellen, is this how you treat your new bride? Letting her stand below while you were up there, Gron looked up at Ellen, who was leaning against the mast looking at a map. Ellen looked down at Morrible. This is not a place for you, princess. Yes, I know, but this is my brother's order. You wouldn't disobey him, would you? Morrible lifted her ankle-length dress and stepped onto the deck. You're too weak, your little arms and legs look like a lamb roasted by a dragon, Rosa mocked. Does old Ulf know you're on the ship? Ellen asked, looking at her. That's not important. Rosa pretended not to care and changed the subject. Are you really taking her? The dragons there are not like Blueskin and Bjorn. Ellen looked at Morrible, who was afraid of the Gronkle, and considered whether to kick both of them off. Clang. With a warrior like me here, no one can hurt you. Gron clicked his tongue at Morrible, flashing a cheeky grin. When are we leaving? The sooner, the better. Rosa stretched her limbs and turned to look at Morrible. If she dies, we'd better find a suitable excuse. Rude. Do you know who I am? Morrible glared at her angrily. Of course, but no matter who you are, It's hard to escape death in front of a dragon. Rosa stepped forward to intimidate her, hoping this delicate noble would get off the ship. Unfortunately, Morrible did not do as Rosa wished. Is that so? Then I'm going to disappoint you. Morrible leaned in until her nose touched Rosa's. Ellen pulled the two apart. If you want to be on my ship, you had better stay away from each other and not cause trouble. That is the first rule. You want me to listen to you? Absolutely impossible. Rosa refused on the spot. Ellen gave Bjorn a look. Bjorn flew up, grabbed her with his two claws, and flew into the sky, slowly rising above the open ground. No, let me go, Folkbed. I swear I'm going to knock your teeth out one by one. Rosa threatened viciously. I really want to see if this woman can still move after being dropped, Gron said to Morrible, gloating. Let her go, she'll fall to her death. Mirabelle's brows knitted together, her tone full of concern for the young girl's safety. Ellen was expressionless. I remember falling from this height last time. Odin favored me, and I didn't die. Yeah, haha. You were grabbed by a monstrous nightmare and screamed in terror, and you couldn't get out of bed for a month after falling to the ground, Gron teased. Seeing him reveal his embarrassing past, Ellen's face instantly darkened. Gron. That kind of thing will never happen a second time, I swear. He explained his past behavior. Alright, you're the captain. I will follow the rules, Rosa finally relented. She didn't want to fall to the ground and be unable to get up, watching the ship sail away. You have to say it again, Rosa. You must say, I completely follow Ellen Folkbed's words, and I will listen to him at all times. Upon hearing this, Rosa looked at the ground getting further and further away, her face flushing red, and she almost ground her back teeth to pieces. I, Rosa Kryborg, completely follow Captain Ellen Folkbed's words and will never cause trouble on the ship. This was the first time Ellen tasted the flavor of authority. He nodded happily and let Bjorn put Rosa back down. Rosa took all her anger out on Gron's face. That move was really hard. In the future, if I see an enemy, I'll punch them first too. Gron rubbed his cheek in pain and turned to Morrible. My princess, I allow you to punch me too, but only if it's dedicated to the one I love most. Morrible shook her head helplessly and then avoided him. The person you were waiting for has arrived, Captain, a boy said. Ellen went to look and saw a young man holding a long-handled hammer walking over. He was wearing a cape made from a deadly natter, and half of his face was scarred by burns. Those gray eyes were still shining. Hello, Ellen Folkbed. The man scanned everyone on the ship, nodded to the princess, and introduced himself. I am Niger, your captain. You don't seem to understand the situation. Ellen's tone was calm but laced with a chill. The meteor hammer slammed heavily onto the deck. Blue Skin spread its wings, looking fierce. The boys drew their weapons in preparation. Some of them had met during the dragon hunting exam, but most of them admired Ellen's ability to hunt and train dragons. They were all willing to stand on Ellen's side. This is Searcher's intent. Niger was not the least bit timid. I am the captain, or would you rather have the villagers find out that someone suddenly fell into the sea and went missing? Ellen kept his hand on Blue Skin's dragon body. Or got riddled with holes like a hornet's nest. Gron followed up with a threat. I agree. Rosa raised her hand in approval. Niger was brought by my brother to help you, he is an excellent dragon hunter. Morrible reminded Ellen. Yes, I can see that. Ellen remained unmoved. So, Niger, what is your take on this? Niger's face twitched slightly. Captain, what is our next step? Land on Stone Island. Ellen stepped onto the edge of the ship and pointed into the distance. At the coast, Searcher rubbed his fists together, watching the large ship, which could hold 10 gronkles, sail further and further away. He said to Olaf, send another small boat, and don't let anyone see you. Olaf replied, understood, chief. Stone Island, also known as Gronkle Island, consists of 2 parts. The higher part is entirely rock and volcanoes, while the lower part forms a slope between the two, leading to a flatland covered in dragana, followed by hills surrounded by forests. Before the ship reached the shore, Blue Skin became alert. A Gronkle climbed onto the ship, and Ellen subdued it using his old method. All of you must carry some of this stuff. Ellen pulled a handful of Dragonap out of a burlap sack. However, many people didn't take it seriously. My mother said this is the real amulet. The boy held up an eel. But she didn't tell you that this will stress out a dragon, just like a cat with its fur standing on end. Niger retorted and took the Dragonap. I don't like him. Gron said to Ellen. Nobody does. Seeing Niger get off the ship, Ellen first sent the two dragons over for protection before they disembarked. Everyone held their dragon skin shields in front of them, their expressions tense. A bunch of cowards. Rosa walked in front with her shield, strutting confidently. Give us a plan, Captain. Having neutralized the surrounding threats, Gron and everyone else looked at Ellen. Ahem, the first step is that we need dragons. Ellen said to them. Yeah, everyone knows that, but we've tried on the island and couldn't make a Gronkle act like a dog, except for those two of yours. Someone pointed at Blueskin and Bjorn. We will achieve it. Let's start by cutting wood and building a wall. For safety's sake, Ellen directed them to work. With the help of the Gronkles, this task was easily completed. After one night, everyone built a training ground for fun, but only Niger kept staring at Ellen. Gron and Rosa worked together to catch a Gronkle. Ellen naturally tamed this dragon. You really have a knack for this, why don't you show us what you can do, Captain? Niger said to him. No rush for that yet. Ellen was naturally clear on this. To tame other dragons, he first had to establish cooperation with the dragons he could already access. Allow me to say this, I will never let this dragon be my dog. I want a dragon that makes people terrified to the point of wetting themselves. Rosa pointed contemptuously at the tamed Gronkle. Or go kill an earthquake dragon and bring it back. This is the real reason she came to this island. Gron's gaze seemed to see through everything. I'll hold a funeral for her, I just hope old Ulf doesn't chop my neck off with an axe. Ellen joked, then asked the others to try their hand at dragon training. Compared to Volcano Island, here, everyone used food and a heart prepared for death, and finally made some progress. At the very least, the wild Gronkles wouldn't attack these outsiders without reason. As long as they didn't step into the dragon's territory. You know, I've always felt that things like earthquake dragons should be rare. Gron said to Ellen, looking at something on the hillside. Ellen replied, after all, that was the first time we've seen that kind of dragon. Valhalla. Rosa's angry shout snapped Ellen back from his work. He looked in the direction Gron was pointing and saw three massive earthquake dragons on the black rocky peak. Ravens shrieked, death, death, death. Now, what do we do? Gron was holding his breath as he spoke. Those three dragons didn't look like anything to mess with. Rumble. Curled into balls, resembling rolling rocks, they slid down the grassy hillside and charged straight toward that flat patch of Dragonap. Rosa's expression was grim. We need to form a shield wall. This time, we will have our revenge. If you go to Valhalla, make sure to tell Odin that properly. Ellen grabbed Rosa and shouted to the others, run in different directions, don't make any futile resistance. Some people had already witnessed the power of these dragons. Like Niger, who had quietly disappeared the moment he saw these dragons. In just an instant, those defensive fortifications were smashed into smithereens as if they were made of rotten wood. Ellen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Odin preserve us. Blueskin carried the two of them into the sky, so they weren't crushed into meat paste, the others might not have been so lucky. Perhaps I should wait until they are asleep before making a move, that is also a strategy. Rosa held her spiked shield in her hand. Ellen ignored her, he was thinking about how to survive. He couldn't stay flying in the sky forever, that fleshy lump was too uncomfortable for his backside. Seeing that the forest had quieted down, Ellen finally had Blueskin let them down. Listen, Rosa, I understand your eagerness for revenge, but right now, we need to think about how to find the others. Fine, you're right. Rosa wasn't someone who didn't understand that logic. On the way, Ellen's thoughts were constantly on the tasks Searcher had given him, taming those dragons and recruiting wanderers. Both of these were impossible options to complete. I'm afraid those wanderers had long since died under dragon jaws. Suddenly, they stopped in their tracks. The air was eerily quiet. They saw that those breathing dragons were all imprisoned in various traps, unable to move, watching them with their eyes. Iron chain nets hanging from tree trunks, giant dragon catching traps, cages with automatic mechanisms, and so on. It would take a good while to count all these things, and each one was packed full. This is the territory of dragon hunters. Rosa placed her feet carefully, afraid of stepping on some trap. Wherever there are dragons, there are dragon hunters. These things don't belong to our tribe. Ellen knew the island's traditions well. Lomond wouldn't go to such great lengths to have men come here to set traps and catch dragons for money. In the past, those dragons would just come to them automatically. Blue Skin nudged a trap with its nose horn, trying to save the dragon. Ellen paused, putting his hand on the handle of his meteor hammer to feel a bit more secure. Let's go quickly. Rosa urged. No. Ellen frowned. Why? We still have to find the others, in case they end up in a similar fate. Rosa was confused. Thinking of the scene when he first treated Blue Skin, Ellen glanced at the dragonup in his bag, then looked at the dragons that had given up struggling. He let out a breath and went to Blue Skin's side. Are you really going to help these guys? This question was more like Ellen asking himself, were these dragons worth saving? If they turned and bit him, he would surely become a joke among the Vikings. Blue Skin looked at Ellen, its large eyes seemingly having already answered. A raven landed on a trap and preened its feathers. Ellen said, even you think so? You are asking for trouble. Rosa couldn't help but step forward to persuade him. These are fire-breathing dragons. If you let them out, they will surely burn you to death. Then let me bathe in this dragon breath. Ellen didn't hesitate any longer. He used his meteor hammer to smash one of the mechanisms, and the lock opened automatically. A deadly natter immediately broke free from its restraints, its pupils vertical like needles, swinging its tail and lowering its head close to Ellen's face. Rosa raised her shield, ready to counterattack at any moment. Ellen tried to bring his hand closer to its head. The next moment, the dragon flew away. It seems it wasn't that difficult, it didn't attack me. Ellen smiled confidently. Yeah, it was just about to eat you, but it found you too stinky and lost its appetite, which is why it flew away. Rosa crossed her arms, speechless at him. Ellen sniffed himself, smelling an indescribable mix of dragon scent and grass. That might not be the case. Hey, you have absolutely no self-awareness. Rosa sneered. She came over and took out a tool to help Ellen pry open the mechanism. Who did you learn that trick from? Ellen asked curiously. You don't need to know. The two of them and the dragon released a dragon from a trap. Ellen tried to make contact with all the escaping dragons, but they all flew away without any lingering attachment. Later, Ellen said to people, dragons have brains, but no one has a brain. They might be grateful, but only if they are conscious and not running away in a panic. After clearing all the traps, Ellen and Rosa continued to explore the island where criminals were exiled. We'd better leave as soon as possible. If those dragon hunters find out we destroyed those traps. Rosa didn't finish her sentence. No one likes having their things destroyed. Especially when they were carefully set up to harvest prey. We aren't the only ones on this island. Ellen didn't think those dragon hunters would come looking for him. Blue Skin made a whining sound in its throat, baring its teeth as if it sensed something watching from the shadows. Ellen didn't say a word and pulled out his meteor hammer to prepare for a fight. You're right, there are more than just you on this island. What kind of day is it, running into a brat from the Hellfire tribe? An old man walked out of the bushes. He was wearing tattered dragon skin and looked like he hadn't bathed in a long time. A terrible terror was perched on his shoulder. Old madman, I've heard of you. Ellen signaled for Blue Skin not to act rashly. With a swing of an axe, a dragon head fell to the ground. It was a whispering death that looked like a saw blade. Niger was splattered with blood as a result. Morrible stood to the side, frightened. We should have warned the others back then. They wouldn't have survived. I have to ensure I bring you back, princess. Niger said, beginning to process the food left behind by the dragon, a sheep. Bleeding, skinning, gutting, propping up branches, sprinkling salt, and roasting over the fire, all done in one fluid motion. We have to find them. I can't just leave like this. Morable gathered her courage. You don't really want to marry that kind of trash, do you? I recall your brother sent you here to convey some secret information to him. Niger turned to look at her. That's why I have to do this even more. Ellen's fate is unknown. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his body. Morable insisted. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The rustling in the woods made Niger instantly alert. Who's there? I think I heard something I shouldn't have. A burly Viking walked out of the bushes, carrying a notched axe. A wanderer. Niger stared at him coldly. You should call me Bach of Volcano Island, you wet behind the ears brat. The burly man tore off a sheep leg and put it in his mouth right in front of them. You don't seem to be doing very well. I thought you lot would have all been eaten by dragons by now. Niger's eyes flickered. Bach. Blessed by Searcher, I'm still alive. Lomond is dead. His son has inherited the throne. I am now representing Searcher to pardon your crimes and let you become a free citizen of the tribe again. Niger extended an olive branch. What do you want me to do? Fight for whom? Bach bared his dry lips. Why should I listen to you? Tell Lomond's brat to come here himself first. Niger, the chieftain sparing your life is already a great act of mercy. Allow me to say one thing. I am Morable Fairhari, the third sister of Searcher. As a princess of the tribe, if you want to live or die here, we are willing to accompany you. But to restore your honor and gain status, even an 8-year-old child knows what that means. Morable raised her chin proudly. Is your life going to be wasted in a place like this? What is wrong with this world? Even a princess would come to a dump like this. Bach sneered. In a stone hut built from giant bones and covered with green turf, the old man said to Ellen and Rosa, after so many years, for someone to still recognize me, I'm truly touched. We are surprised too. How did you survive? Ellen looked him up and down. The old man wasn't physically robust, and he hadn't taken care of himself in a long time. When you ask that question, you should think about how you made this dragon listen to you. The old man pointed at Blue Skin. It doesn't listen at all. We just appreciate each other, that's all. That's even stranger. Are you a warlock? The only person I've seen with a terrible terror is Volva in the tribe. I've never seen anyone else like this. Rosa asked skeptically. Years of experience living here have taught me how to get along with dragons and find my own way to survive. I never use flint to start a fire anymore. I only need it, my little pet. I call it Raven. The old man scratched the terrible terror's chin. That name really suits it. Ellen picked up the conversation. In his 15 years of life, he had never seen a black-skinned terrible terror. Raven chirped again, its dissatisfied cry sounding harsh to Ellen. Caw. 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 Your pet is jealous. Rosa teased. What could it possibly be jealous of? It's just a raven that can understand human speech, that's all. Ellen pinched its beak. Raven flapped its wings wildly. Can you tell me why you were exiled? I can finally have some fun. The old man was quite interested in their experience. I think you misunderstood. Ellen told the old man in front of him exactly what had happened. People who are both wise and brave are always envied. The old man sighed. You must have killed many dragons, so Lomond envied you and kicked you out. Rosa said with a sudden realization. I rarely hunt dragons. I mostly observe them and gain benefits from them. That's a coward then. A look of disdain appeared on Rosa's face. You little brat, I am Terrell, the witty Terrell. The old man repeatedly emphasized his identity. The witty Terrell who led a dragon into the village and burned down the chieftain's house, am I right? Ellen had heard these stories for years. Adults often talked about those laughable facts when they were bored. That was just an accident. After so many years, I didn't expect them to still remember. The old man's tone softened, and he poured himself a cup of ale. You are a legend, Terrell. Ellen praised him in a roundabout way. After being talked about for so many years, how could he not be a legend? I won't let you stay here permanently, you'll have to find your own nest. Terrell took out several parchment books and handed them to Ellen. A dragon rider who doesn't understand dragons is as pathetic as having food but no utensils. Ellen took them subconsciously. The runic runes on them were squiggly, but he could make out the gist. How to hunt a dragon, everything about dragons, how to survive around dragons, terrible terror taming experience, Boulder Island Diary. This name is much more imposing than Stone Island or Gronkle Island. Rosa picked up one of them. These things are truly unheard of. Is there anything you need me to do? Ellen felt heartfelt gratitude that the old man could give these things to him without reservation. This would be of great help to him in taming other dragons in the future. Just a few ragged books I used to pass the time. You are the most suitable person to have them. Don't thank me. A trace of loneliness flickered in Terrell's eyes. Perhaps he was too lonely, and just wanted to find someone to talk to. Like this, right now. He was content just having someone appear before him. Ellen, are you the only one on the island? I don't need company, and no one would want an old geezer anyway. Terrell leaned back against a rotten chair. Ellen watched him silently, and finally said, We got separated from the others. We need to go find them now, but I will come back to see you. Go, just go. Terrell said impatiently. In the misty forest, Bach led the two to a hidden wooden hut, bypassing the dragon trapping snares. I think I should join that Ellen you mentioned. No one on the island has ever ridden a dragon. If it's true, I'm quite impressed by him. At this point, Bach's expression paused. Ah, of course, it feels familiar. A certain old man on the island actually understands dragons better than the people in the tribe, and has more interactions with them. Niger remained expressionless. A nervous expression appeared on Mirabelle's face. She didn't know if their choice was correct. This was a gamble. If the person in front of them turned against them, there would be nothing they could do. However, he believes in Odin, and I once swore loyalty to the Ferhari family. So, when are we leaving to find that kid who loves riding a Gronkle? Bach changed the subject and said to them. Morable patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Niger, it's not time yet. I will find a time to send word. Everything will be done according to Searcher's wishes. No problem at all. My house is open to you at any time. Bach agreed readily. Do you need help? Ellen swung his meteor hammer and looked up at Gron, who was hanging in the tree. No. Don't come over. I'll get down myself. I don't want my handsome face disfigured by that hunk of iron of yours. Gron flatly refused. He climbed higher, and only dared to climb down once he saw there were no dangerous dragons. You have no idea what I've been through. Yeah, we've been through a lot too. Rosa looked at the panicked Gron, speechless. Gron told the two that he had seen many dragons, was chased by them, and the flames had almost burned off all his hair. To this, Ellen expressed sympathy. He rode on the back of Blue Skin, looking down at the situation below, hoping to find more people. Gron and Rosa were responsible for scouting the surroundings below, while also catching prey to fill their stomachs. The further they went, the thicker the mist became. As a Gronkle, Blue Skin demonstrated its unique talent, being able to identify directions in any situation by relying on its keen sense of smell. They first saw Morable and Niger, who were dodging a dragon attack. Then, they found the other surviving Viking teenagers. And also, may he drink meat and eat yak meat in Valhalla, and become the most fearless warrior by Odin's side. Ellen and the others dug a pit to bury the body of the teenager who had come from the Hellfire tribe. It was a charred corpse roasted by fire. Why are there dragons in this world? The gods should make them disappear. A look of sorrow, like a rabbit mourning the death of a fox, appeared on Mirabelle's face. Blue Skin glanced at her, showing a human-like expression of disdain. The world has always been cruel, but we survived. We will keep living because of this, for glory, for the tribe, for everything. Gron shrugged. He had seen many people die around him, and was already used to it. Whether for him, or for Ellen and Niger, this was the norm. Yulan was the last person they found. Compared to the others, he was much more comfortable. When everyone found him, he was lying on a yellow-skinned gronkel, sleeping. I didn't expect you to have such guts. You aren't sleepwalking, are you? Looking at this baby-faced boy, Gron's tone was surprised. I'm very clear-headed. I call it lazy pig, and it likes being called that too. I've tamed a gronkel, that's what I wanted to say. Yulan was very confident. How did you do it? Dragana, stones, sheep, and physical touch. Yulan was scratching the dragon's belly. All right, I understand. Gron reluctantly believed him. He then said to Ellen, don't I remember this kid taking the exam with you, and getting knocked unconscious by a dragon? Did he really tame a dragon? Ellen thought for a moment, then said to Yulan, can you bring your pet and come with us? Of course. Yulan agreed, and patted Lazy Pig's body. Follow me, hurry up. Lazy Pig was very obedient. It rolled over, stuck out its tongue like a dog, and its pupils were round and adorable. It didn't look like a vicious dragon at all. Roared Tilda, Blue Skin bared its fangs at Ellen. The crow cawed. Angry, angry. I know, buddy, but I wasn't talking about you. You're different from them. Ellen comforted Blue Skin. He knew his words just now had provoked this dragon. Afterwards, they returned to the meadow outside the forest. There were no earthquake dragons to be seen there. Instead, a few gronkles and a deadly natter were wandering about. As we all know, we came here to tame those fierce dragons. As for one of them, the gronkel, 2 people have already tamed one. I think others can also tame this type of dragon, then ride them, cooperate with them, and assist each other. As Ellen spoke, he looked at Yulan, who was flying erratically in the air. That guy couldn't control his direction and fell down. Which made many people laugh. Look, that kid fell asleep again. Someone pointed. I think he's dead. Everyone laughed out loud. Let's stop here. We need to rebuild the houses and also train these gronkles. Ellen stepped aside and raised his hand toward the gronkles. Many people in the crowd were hesitating. What if those earthquake dragons come back? Niger spoke up. That's why we need these dragons to help us, isn't it? Or do you want to be crushed into meat paste? Ellen raised an eyebrow. Niger nodded slightly. My lord, you are right. I hope you are always right. Should we kill this guy? Gron joked. We aren't serial killers. Ellen rolled his eyes at him. Now, you must also tame a dragon. All right, I'll try my best. Gron agreed helplessly. After finishing everything, Ellen finally opened the books Terrell had given him. He needed to know the information about all the dragons on Boulder Island, and then use this information to make contact with the dragon species. Gronkel, bumps explode, super dangerous, deadly natter, tail spikes hit the target every time, super dangerous, stormcutter, 4 wings, super dangerous. While flipping through the book, Ellen's eyelids were fighting each other. It was about to get dark, and he fell asleep under a tree without realizing it. Morrible saw this and draped a wool cloak over him. She wanted to pull the book out, but found that Ellen was clutching the book very tightly, so she had no choice but to give up. The sky was just beginning to brighten, a shade of grayish-white. Rosa had already gathered a group of people, Guard, Yulan, and Gron. They were holding shields and swords. You want us to go up there? Just a reminder, we aren't impervious to blades or immune to fire. Who knows how many rolling stones are still up there? Guard was still dwelling on the fear of yesterday. I agree, but I still want to see that group of earthquake dragons for myself, Gron said, arms crossed, speaking to them. Rosa wiped her shield thoroughly with a cloth, including every thick, sharp spike on it. Cowards can abandon this mission right now. I'm not a coward, but I'm not stupid either. Guard joined them after all. He didn't want to be called a coward in the end, it would damage his reputation. Just like that, the 4 teenagers grabbed their equipment and dry rations while everyone else was still sleeping and headed toward the hillside. The closer they got to that rocky area, the more they could hear the deafening sounds. Various dragon roars, crashing sounds, running footsteps, and so on. Yes, earthquake dragons. Rose's pupils gradually constricted. In the distance, 7 or 8 earthquake dragons were staying in their respective territories. Ellen stood on the bifrost. He heard ravens cawing. But the sound didn't feel as harsh. He continued walking forward, the mist began to disperse, and helmets adorned with ox and sheep horns reflected in his eyes. They held weapons and wore tattered dragon skin clothes. Chanting in their mouths, "Searcher." The person standing at the very front was covered in fire, severely injured, blood blurring their face, but Ellen could recognize their identity from their attire. That person called his name, Odin. Countless ravens flew out from Ellen, each raven's beak calling out to Ellen, "Searcher, searcher, searcher." A raven wearing a crown flew straight at his face. "Searcher." Ellen woke up from the nightmare with a start, panting, feeling a lingering fear. Hot tilde hot tilde hot tilde. "Are you okay?" Morrible came to his side, handing him a bowl of wheat porridge with gentle, slow movements. "It's nothing," Ellen said, holding his messy head. What kind of dream could scare the fearless Ellen Folkbed? Morrible gently set the bowl down. "Many ravens, and the bifrost. I was just standing there," Ellen said concisely. The red Gronkle came to his side and licked his face with its tongue. "You're back. I thought you would never return, Bjorn." Ellen touched its nose horn. Morrible retreated a few steps in fear, making an excuse. "It seems you don't need my help here. Get some rest." "Rest is not for warriors, princess. We still have a lot to do today." Ellen composed himself and stood up to check the defensive fortifications. He hadn't forgotten why he came here. The earthquake dragons used their tails to smash rocks, and the Gronkles went up to eat the fragments. The Gronkles are the real slave owners. They enslaved the earthquake dragons together, forcing those earthquake dragons to work. How did they do it? Gron whispered to them. Guard looked at Rosa. How do you think they will kill us? Seriously, I think we should go back and tell the others first. Gron felt like retreating. He couldn't help but regret following this shaved-headed girl up here. Guys, things aren't as bad as we thought. We have a dragon rider. Rosa glanced at Yolan, then turned her gaze forward. They don't like staying outside often, do they? The Gronkles followed the earthquake dragons into the burrows. Hey, yeah, but I'm leaving. As soon as Gron turned around, he was dragged back by Rosa. We won't die here. Even if we do, we go to Valhalla, not Helgrund. Rosa lifted her shield and stepped forward. Today, she had to kill a dragon to show them. Gron lowered his head in frustration. Loki's tongue, I should have called Ellen. Yolan rode the dragon in the sky to scout the situation for them, while the others followed Rosa's lead. Soon, they discovered several burrows. They were pitch black inside. Gron stayed at the back, noticed a strange movement in the hole, and accidentally fell in. The three of them saw this and quickly went to the edge of the hole to check. Kryborg, are you still alive? Say something. Thor, preserve me, not very well. Did you bring a rope? The three looked at each other, and Rosa shouted down, we'll get you up right now. Yolan was riding the lazy pig and flying down when suddenly a cloud of dust swirled up, and Gron was pushed up by some force. The dust dissipated, and the four saw a creature covered in thorny iron bars with 2 wings, howling at them. Its disc-shaped mouth was filled with countless rotating sharp teeth, making Rosa dizzy. The lazy pig also let out a roar at this monster. In the temporary wooden hut, Ellen was planning to find Yolan. He needed someone experienced to guide the dragon training. But after searching for a long time, he couldn't see a shadow of him. Can anyone tell me where those few went? Ellen asked the remaining people. Eaten by beasts, caught by dragons, anything is possible. Niger watched coldly. He wanted to see how this kid would handle it. Ellen's brows furrowed, his eyes fixed on the rocky area on the hillside. If Rosa had left too, then they likely went there to take revenge on the earthquake dragons. My mother always said that impulsiveness makes people pay the price. Morrible stood by his side. It's very dangerous there, they will come back on their own. No, Hellfire is fearless. Morrible, you all stay here. I'm going to find them before those idiots get crushed into meat paste. After Ellen finished speaking, he mounted Bjorn. I think you'd better wait a moment. The old man's voice made Ellen turn back. It's you, Terrell. Why are you here? That old madman, I didn't expect him to still be alive. Niger was surprised. Just wandering around. Setting up camp here is simply asking for death. If you want to go to the rocky area, I won't stop you, but remember, those earthquake dragons are not gronkles. A stomp is a signal for battle. You need to think clearly. Terrell's eyes were deep. Thank you for the reminder. Ellen had Bjorn take off again, and the blue skin followed. 2 dragons are better than 1. I haven't finished speaking yet, but he should be able to handle it. Terrell watched him leave. Wow, I've never seen this kind of dragon before. It's really tough. If we kill it, we might be famous in the tribe for centuries. Gron joked, picking up his shield to block the spikes shooting down from the dragon. Just as Guard pulled out his crossbow, the dragon returned to the hole and disappeared. Good thing you protected me. Yulon placed his hand on the side of the lazy pig's face and said, relieved. Let's keep going. It's just 1 dragon. Rosa feigned calmness. Just 1 dragon. You don't know how big this dragon's mouth is. It almost ate us, wiping us all out. Guard's expression was exaggerated. Yeah, but we survived. Rosa didn't care. She continued toward the earthquake dragon's cave. Then, ignoring the others, she jumped down again. Gron followed, while Guard and Yolon guarded outside. Rosa pulled out her axe, gathered her courage, and walked toward the depths. The first thing she saw was the Gronkles, huddled together, looking pitifully at the intruder. Actually, it doesn't matter if I brought the grass or not. Rosa grinned. She ignored the group of dragons, swearing to find an earthquake dragon and cut off its head to bring to the island. Outside, Ellen, riding Bjorn, found Yolon and Guard within an hour. Let me guess, were those 2 eaten by dragons or did they fall down? Facing Ellen's question, the 2 smiled awkwardly and said nothing. Ellen pushed off with both legs and jumped down, followed by the 2 dragons. He snapped his fingers, and Bjorn held blood-red magma in his mouth to illuminate the path ahead. Following the brightest spot, one could see many Gronkles in the passage wearing lumpy armor. They were used to being here, and the bipedal creatures in front of them were completely unable to make them realize the danger. However, seeing so many Gronkles, Ellen still felt a bit panicked. Even though he was familiar with these dragons. Accompanied by the 2 familiar dragons, Ellen walked over with an uneasy heart. I wonder if they are still alive. Ellen cast his gaze towards 7 or 8 deeper cave entrances, not knowing which one to take for a moment. He also didn't know why the earthquake dragon dug so many holes. He tossed his short sword into the air and followed wherever the tip pointed. Retrieving the sword, he didn't forget to add, this is Odin's instruction, we are about to meet soon. Ellen entered the middle tunnel. After walking for a while, Blue Skin showed a wary expression, bearing its fierce side as it stared ahead. Ellen took out his shield and axe to prepare. After approaching, what he saw was a cyan green chain. Blue Skin knocked off the skull of a nearby corpse and played with it in its mouth, while Bjorn was more direct and went to bite the chain. The magma splattered onto the chain without causing any change. This kind of metal is truly rare. Ellen picked up the chain, his face full of questions. What kind of person would lock Vikings here? Just as he was still thinking about the problem, a hot breath made him turn his head to look. It was a 3-petaled mouth like a clover, with a dusty smell coming from inside. Ellen immediately retreated in terror. Oh, Odin, is this the test you have given me? He turned and ran outward. That dragon, like a thorny stone, charged through 2 Gronkles and chased after Ellen. With darkness that couldn't be grasped by hand, Rosa carried her shield and continued walking. How interesting, this is the what-th nest of Gronkles we've seen. Gron gestured toward his side. The flowing magma drool gathered in one place, barely allowing the 2 to see clearly. This place didn't look like an excavated tunnel at all. It looked more like an underground house. I haven't seen a Gronkle this big yet. Rosa examined the dragon. Around it, one could occasionally see a few sheep hopping about. Gron, you'd better tell me you've changed your mind. Rosa, this dragon is not bad. Ah, you can have this one. I will still choose the earthquake dragon as my first prey. Rosa waved her hand casually. You are truly generous. Gron rolled his eyes. You know, we grew up in the same place, Kryborg. I didn't belong to the family. I was an orphan, an unwanted orphan thought to bring bad luck. Born without hair, except for my eyebrows, I had nothing, I didn't even have nose hair. Rosa said as she walked, her tone filled with indifference. My parents adopted me, I was their only child. Whenever others went dragon slaying, I could only watch. They even thought I would be scalded or burned to death just by killing a terrible terror. I joined the Shield Maiden training camp and was the best one there, but everyone mocked me, saying I would be snatched away by a dragon to be a wife. I used all my strength to prove myself, but all I got was confinement and so-called safety measures. This time is a hope. I must do this to let them see who will actually be snatched away by a dragon to be prey. Rosa walked forward quickly. If you are sad, hurry and crawl into my arms, little girl. With me, Gron, here, I will definitely help you have hope. Gron raised his arm to show off his biceps. I am talking about dragon hunting, you self-indulgent guy. Rosa said with disgust. Fine, everyone usually likes to use blood to prove their status. I am the same as you, Rosa. I have to say, your previous words were right. I've started to admire you a bit, you woman who loves to hold a shield and fantasize about hunting dragons. Shut up, Gron. Rosa couldn't stand Gron's foul mouth. They turned from one passage to another. Here, there were finally no more Gronkles, but instead, the crooked and winding paths made it very difficult for them to walk. What is this? Gron pried an angular, inlaid lens from the stone wall. Who knows? Maybe we aren't the only ones who have been here. Rosa said casually. Gron didn't know, but that didn't stop him from wearing this thing as an ornament. It looks pretty good. You can admire it after we go back. Now we have to get down to business. Rosa stood there, axe in hand, her eyes sharp. Before the two of them stood an earthquake dragon. Its body was stretched out, lying right there. Revenge time, kill. Rosa raised her axe and chopped down. In a flash of lightning, the axe got stuck in the dense bone spurs on the earthquake dragon's forehead, and it took Rosa all her might to pull it out. Gron, I thought you would hold out longer. It seems this game should turn into it hunting us. The dragon opened its clover-shaped mouth and spat out a mouthful of magma. Gron instinctively pulled her away. We should go. Gron said to her. I know that. Rosa threw a flying knife at the earthquake dragon, and then ran away with Gron. It's even angrier now. Gron screamed. Before they could be caught, they encountered the huge Gronkle from before. Both dragons let out a roar and attacked at the same time. On Ellen's side, he was exhausted from being chased and only managed to escape by sneaking into a nest of Gronkles. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Ellen had never been this disheveled before. He already believed that Gron and Rosa had returned to Valhalla. Using the techniques he had learned, Ellen tamed another black-skinned Gronkle, and having such a dragon by his side gave him some peace of mind. On the way back along the original path, he heard movement. Carefully checking, he saw two figures at a glance. Rosa and Gron ran out, stepping over the nasal horn of the giant Gronkle. They were now being chased by two dragons. Oh no, they really came at a bad time. Ellen whistled helplessly. He was calling the black-skinned one, as well as Blueskin and Bjorn. He hoped they could hear him. Ellen dragged the two to another cave entrance. Look, two dirt-covered idiots. We are not idiots. Rosa retorted. Yeah. Ellen brushed them off, hoping the pursuing dragons wouldn't notice them now. Another dull thud sounded. When Ellen went to look, he noticed that two earthquake dragons had collided, causing a moment of dizziness. And that large Gronkle was walking back to its own nest. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Gronkle flapped its wings, searching for the whistle from just before. Over here, blue skin. Ellen blew hard, making a sound familiar to his old friend. Bjorn came out from the other side, ran over, and tackled Ellen to the ground. Its wet, sticky tongue licked his body, making all three feel disgusted. Whoa, I definitely don't want to be like that with a dragon. Gron looked on with disgust. How much longer are you going to date? Rosa put her hands on her hips. Not too long. Ellen sat on Bjorn, gave Blue Skin a signal at the same time, and the two Gronkles each grabbed one person and flew out of the cave entrance from the tunnel. On the rocky surface, Ellen jumped off the dragon. Tell me, who else came here with you? If you don't mean dragons, everyone is here. Gron brushed the dust off his body. The cave was no longer active. He said goodbye to the black Gronkle and then said to them, "You are too reckless. I need to set a rule. Everyone must follow my orders in all actions, otherwise I will throw them to the dragons." Fine, it was a bit reckless, but it wasn't all bad. Gron rubbed the lens hanging on his body. Can you tell me when you will be able to tame an earthquake dragon? Facing Rose's question, Ellen brushed it off. There will be a chance. Being a leader isn't bad, Ellen. You could gather those wanderers and build a village. I mean, why build it below when you could build it above? The view here is so good, and you can overlook everything below. If there were no dragons, this place would be easy to defend and hard to attack. Actually, we could carve out a house in the cliff face. We could live in rock caves and tame Gronkles to watch the house. Gron kept rambling on. Ellen stood on the slope, looking down. He could see their makeshift houses and the dragons scurrying about in the forest. I am staying, Rosa said, looking at him stubbornly. Until I kill an earthquake dragon. Ellen, mounted on Bjorn, said, I only saw you nearly get charred by dragon breath. Why don't you tame a dragon first? Upon hearing this, Rosa fell silent. You should listen to him, Rosa. Ellen is absolutely right. Once we learn dragon training, what can stand in our way? Gron advised from the side. Rosa glanced at Yolan, who was riding on the dragon's back. Fine, but whether I have a dragon or not, I will come back to reclaim my honor. 1 month later, the Viking team on Boulder Island finally started to look like something. Through a series of arduous operations, the teenagers made those wild Gronkles in the forest surrender their trust. They worked in perfect harmony. It was more efficient than when they didn't have dragons. However, not everyone was willing to ride a dragon. One Gronkle would spew dragon breath at another. No one wanted to risk becoming a roasted sheep on the back of a dragon. At least the teenagers were no longer afraid of these Gronkles and could find ways to cope with unexpected situations. In the training ground surrounded by stones, Ellen and Blue Skin were sparring with each other. A dragon tail whip strike was used to gain the initiative. Ellen jumped high to dodge the heavy blow and smashed his hammer toward his opponent. Suddenly, a figure descended. Folkbed. Ellen stopped fighting. He stepped out of the training ground, drenched in sweat, his eyes wide. What the hell? Behind Rosa stood a monstrous nightmare. The dragon lowered its head, looking bashful. I'm going to call it Avenger. I just wanted to try my luck. Aha, didn't expect that, did you? I think we are a perfect match. Rosa pointed at the creature behind her. Ellen's brow twitched. How did you do it? Taming a monstrous nightmare. I think only one thing can explain it, strength. I conquered it, it's that simple. Rosa grabbed one of its horns to show off. Ellen looked up, not knowing what words to use to describe this scene. It seems someone's status has been challenged. Gron whispered as he came to his side. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If anything, it's a step closer to going back. Ellen said nonchalantly. But deep down, it was different. He definitely had to tame a monstrous nightmare too. Nidger's eyes were cold. He turned and left silently. This is insane. Who knows what the consequences will be if this dragon is with us? It will burn down all the houses, including us. You have to drive it back into the forest. Morrible said to Ellen. For a long time, she had gradually lost her fear of Gronkles, but other than Gronkles, she had no fondness for any other dragons. We need stone houses, and it's best if the distance is greater. Ellen said thoughtfully. The princess's concern was not without reason, but he didn't think a tamed dragon would go crazy. Yeah, hurry up and get your Gronkles moving, Folkbed. Rosa urged him. Volcano Island. A 15-year-old girl tamed a dragon that can set itself on fire. You must be joking with me. Searcher cut off a piece of lamb chop, his eyes fixed on the other person. This is what your sister said, and Niger heard it loud and clear. Rono reported truthfully. Then let's assume it's true. What do you want me to do now? Go to the island to see him. We'd better prepare for two possibilities, the mother said to Searcher. You should meet him as a Jarl. It's best to strengthen the island's defenses to withstand what might happen in the future. Good idea, let's do that. Searcher had no other ideas for the moment and prioritized Gudrun's suggestion. They prepared ships and 15 strong-enough berserkers. They set off that night without notifying anyone on Boulder Island in advance. When will you be back? The person speaking was a woman with a face full of freckles and a small round face. If the trip goes smoothly, I will reach the port before the second moon sets, or perhaps before the sun sets tomorrow. Searcher said to his wife. If you can't, I will have my father lead an army there. The woman touched his chest. On Ellen's side, while he had some free time, he took Blue Skin into the forest to hunt some animals, and happened to catch the old man stealing something. You should know that deadly natters care a lot about dragon eggs, right? Ellen's expression was strange. This island is dirt poor, everyone knows that. Stealing eggs can get things from traders. Terrell was accustomed to it. He put the egg in his leather backpack and said to Ellen. Traders. What did they want eggs for? Well, I don't know either. Those traders won't come to the island, someone has to go over to trade for things personally. I haven't seen any traders who want dragon eggs. They specialize in collecting dragon eggs. Maybe it's to prepare for that madman to build an army, but that's none of our business. We're short on herbs lately, and I don't want to just wait to die if I get injured or poisoned sometime. I can still live for a few more years. Terrell said with a cheeky grin. Drago. Ellen frowned, silently reciting the man's name. Do dragon hunters often come here? Occasionally I can run into them. They come here regularly to catch dragons. Most of them are Vigo's men. After all, this is his marketplace, and the dragon egg traders don't dare to be too presumptuous. Terrell said to him with a cheeky grin. Fine, if I became the boss of this island, would they still come? That would be a brutal war. Terrell said casually. Ellen looked at Blue Skin, who was licking its paws, expressionless. That answer is indeed reasonable. After Terrell left, he also returned to the outskirts of the forest. Unexpected things happened very soon. When Rosa was flying in the air on her dragon, she saw two ships, a small boat nearby and a large ship sailing toward the island. She told Ellen about this. Ellen had the dragon trainers prepare to welcome them at the port. Searcher narrowed his eyes slightly, and his mouth twitched. Someone actually tamed that fire-breathing dragon. Morrible is always so obedient. What are you planning to do? Olaf asked the leader. Let them know who the leader is. Loyalty does not always exist, Olaf. Searcher held his sword hilt, his gaze burning like a torch. At the shore, berserkers clad in leather armor and wearing dragon skin cloaks, exuding a murderous aura, stood on both sides. Blue Skin bared its fangs, its eyes fierce. Ellen gestured from the front to keep it quiet. The ballistae on the large ship were vaguely aimed at every person and every dragon on the island. Searcher stepped off the ship, his gaze indifferent as he looked at the Gronkles beside the teenagers, inspiring. I knew it, Ellen, you can do anything. Especially. Searcher looked toward Rosa, who was riding a monstrous nightmare. Is there something important that brings you here, Chief? Ellen put on a sour face. No one would want to be exiled to an island full of dragons. Even though Searcher hadn't said it outright. But Ellen could feel it. As chief, I must care for every subject, including you. I'm also here to see your results. The tribe finally has other dragon riders. Searcher forced a smile, though he was genuinely happy. The two arrived at the temporary settlement, and Ellen told him everything that had happened on the island. Searcher nodded slightly. I think, as a Jarl, you should have a dragon of your own, Ellen said to him. Did you prepare one for me? That will disappoint you. I haven't prepared anything, but I can find you a Gronkle. This made Searcher pout in disappointment. A monstrous nightmare better suits my temperament. I think so too, but you might as well try it yourself. Go catch a monstrous nightmare alive. Ellen retorted bluntly. I think I'll pass. You're the expert, so you call the shots, Searcher said, not wanting to argue about this. Now, bring a giant-toothed dragon to your king. I want to ride it so everyone can see. On the other side, the berserkers were becoming interested in these fledgling dragon riders. They tried various ways to make the Gronkles perform different actions. When someone tried to ride a dragon that already had a master, they would be thrown off. Unless it was the rider themselves, no one else could sit on the dragon's back. The two groups sparred with each other. They were testing who was superior, the dragon riders or the berserkers. It turned out that the Gronkles that could be commanded were more powerful than wild dragons. However, in the eyes of some, this was a symbol of evil. Rosa, I advise you to get off that dragon. Ulf's spit flew wildly into the air. Why? Brave Vikings do not exploit beasts, especially not an evil dragon. When we return, you are grounded for 300 days. I should have tied you up back then. I won't go back, father. Even without Avenger, I am still stronger than anyone else alone. No one can stop me. You should go back yourself and take care of mother. Don't make me use force, Rosa. Ulf clenched his fists, his face flushed red. He couldn't believe his daughter dared to defy him, even though she had never been obedient. Are you going to kill me, father? Rosa gripped two horns. Avenger breathed out hot air, its eyes narrowing, white steam rising from its skin. The words of the man before it made it very unhappy. It lay on the roof of the wooden house, slowly lifting its neck. Its tail swished angrily. I will peel off its dragon skin to use as a blanket. Ulf pointed loudly at the monstrous nightmare, then threw his axe. The axe was caught in the giant dragon's mouth. Rosa stroked its chin. Put it down. Father will never attack his own child, he's just angry. Avenger threw the axe flying into the sky. Ulf spat on the ground, his chest heaving. Rosa, you can't stay on a dragon every day. That's true. Rosa jumped straight down from the roof. She spread her hands. I didn't ask Avenger to fight for me, though, of course, it certainly would. Father, you will see how Rosa of the Kryborg family earns her own honor. Watching Rosa walk over, Ulf still looked furious. You have to come back with me. Everyone at home is worried about you. Tell them I'm still alive, that's enough. Ulf looked at the monstrous nightmare, which had come down from the roof and only showed half its head, then looked at his young daughter. He let out a heavy sigh. My child, why aren't you a dragon hunter? I prefer to call myself a warrior, father, Rosa said, her tone proud. The conversation between father and daughter ended there. Ulf knew he couldn't persuade Rosa. He had to think of another way. Fly. Fly higher for me. Searcher commanded the dragon beneath him. He wore a smile of satisfaction. So, this was what it felt like to ride a dragon. He looked down at everyone below from a position of superiority. Looking down at Ellen, who had often humiliated him but had tamed the dragon. Looking down at the berserkers, who held grievances in their hearts because of their oaths. Looking down at his sister, Morrible, who was unhappy with him. His decision was right. He would rule over all the dragon riders and make everyone honor him as king. Just like that madman Drago, who possessed the Dragon King. Afterwards, Searcher climbed down from the dragon. He hadn't yet calmed down from the excitement. At 18, he was at the age where the blood ran hot. He picked up his axe and challenged Ellen once again. The two opponents each rode a dragon. As expected, Ellen, who was familiar with riding dragons, won again. He never gave anyone face. The berserkers helped Searcher up and drew their weapons, pointing their blades at Ellen. Searcher stopped them. Your valor exceeds many, Folkbed. Thank you for sparing my life, Chief, Ellen teased as he sheathed his sword. That line should be mine to say to you. If there ever comes a day when I die in dragon breath, you would surely lead your dragon riders to usurp the throne, Searcher said tentatively to him, then turned to look the other way, where Instructor Olaf was dragging a corpse alone. It was a Gronkel that had been gutted by a sword. Morrible hid in the crowd, covering her eyes, afraid to look, it was too bloody for her. Ellen understood that Searcher was using this method to intimidate him. He forced himself to say, I swear by Searcher, if I betray you, may I be burned to death by fire and fall into the abyss of the underworld, my chief. Searcher shook his head and laughed out loud. I was just joking with you. He glanced at his sister again. What do you think of Morrible? I can let her marry you. I have no such intention. You should think about when you will let me go back, Ellen said to him. I don't want those wanderers to suddenly appear on my island as enemies. You must help me with this, Ellen, I view you as my most loyal friend. Searcher said while walking, a smug smile on his face. If the dragons on this island can all be tamed, if they can be ridden, what a magnificent sight that would be. For a king, it was. Ellen remained silent. I will have Olaf stay behind to accompany you, and also to find a good teacher for the dragon riders in the tribe, Searcher continued. No problem. Since you want to tame all the dragons here, does that prove this is your territory, Chief? Ellen thought for a moment, paused, and then said, yes. A flash of confusion crossed Searcher's face, then he said confidently. Ellen, please, Chief, appoint me as the Lord of Boulder Island and let me be the boss here. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching my video. Please like and share it.